the same old gathering. Klein started his first morning in Backlund under cold and humid weather conditions, with a light fog that provided very little visibility. For breakfast, he had 1 liter worth of cheap tea, costing 1 penny, and 2 pieces of toast, with inferior butter in the center. He was busy the entire morning, but he first went to the Sherwood Borough's Backlund Bulletin to post a tiny advertisement for a month at the cost of £30. From Tuesday, the Backlund Bulletin's loyal readers would see a tiny advertisement along the seams of its 7th and 8th page. Sherlock Moriarty, good at various types of private investigations, reasonable prices, and strictly adheres to the principles of confidentiality, resides at Sherwood Boroughs, 15 Mink Street. The reason why Klein didn't choose major newspapers like the Tussock Times or the Backlund Daily Tribune that had a readership all across the entirety of the Lowen Kingdom was due to the fact that his business was temporarily limited to Backlund. Furthermore, he didn't wish for a sterling reputation. Therefore, the Backlund Bulletin, which was well received locally and had low advertisement fees, became his first choice. After leaving the Backlund Bulletin's headquarters, Klein took out a map and followed it to purchase various herb powders and silver slices from various herbal stores, flower stores, jewelry stores, and accessory stores. He did it in preparation for holding a ritual, when items that didn't have any spirituality were involved. Most of the materials in mysticism could be purchased from ordinary stores. However, they weren't all under one roof, requiring him to visit many stores to collect them. To do so, Klein spent another £5. The humongous sum of £200 that he withdrew broke below the £100 mark, leaving him only with £92. Spending money is as easy as drinking water. Klein found a small cafeteria nearby and ordered a black pepper steak worth 8 pence. He returned to 15 Minsk Street at 1 in the afternoon, and without rest he spent his time using slumber flower, dragon blood grass, dark red sandalwood, and mint powders to create holy night powder, a key ingredient needed to create a wall of spirituality. He could only make do with this method until he bought a real silver ritual dagger. Klein speculated that he would have to advance to Sequence 7 before he could do away with this restriction. Whew, Miss Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun haven't requested for leave yet. The gathering will be held on time today. I wonder what surprises Mr. Hanged Man will bring me, and how many pages of Roselle's diary he can provide. Klein laid back on his bed in the bedroom and thought about all sorts of things. To him, a private detective was a career that took into account both money and action. It allowed him to get in touch with people from all walks of life and slowly discover the Beyonder Circle in Backlund. From there, he could slowly find clues regarding the secret order. Of course, if he was lucky, he would even be able to figure out the Sequence 7, which corresponded to the clown through a particular circle of Beyonders, and buy the corresponding potion formula and main ingredients. As for Insezang Will's whereabouts, Klein temporarily chose not to take the initiative to seek him out. He might even avoid him a little. However, if he were to accidentally discover this enemy of his, without exposing himself, he wouldn't mind doing a good deed and sending an anonymous letter to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. A private detective's income can, at most, support a middle-class standard of living. If I want enough money to buy the potion formula and Beyonder materials, it will either depend on Miss Justice, or it will be through investments with the remaining £100 that I have left in my anonymous account. Yes, I can't touch the £92 that I have for the time being. Perhaps I wouldn't be having any income for some time. With this in mind, Klein suddenly sat up. He came to the first floor and began reading the various newspapers he bought in passing. These newspapers often carried news about what had been invented and required investments, or how someone wished to form a joint venture with others to do a particular business. Klein relied on his knowledge from Earth and his understanding of this era to carefully sift through the projects. Unfortunately, none of the ones on the papers today were reliable. At 15 minutes to 3, he returned to his bedroom, locked the door, drew the curtains, and used holy night powder to create a wall of spirituality. Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. He sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the Fool before extending his spirituality and touching the crimson star that symbolized the sun, as if he was responding to a prayer. "This is one of the few things in my new life that hasn't changed," he suddenly sighed. In an area outside of the city of Silver, in a grayish-black tower that was half-collapsed, 9 members of a patrol squad were gathered around a blazing bonfire, chatting about their experiences in the past few days. There were also a few other team members guarding the perimeter, prepared for any possible attacks that might break out from the darkness. Many of the City of Silver's Beyonders had used their blood to teach them a lesson. At all times, never let your guard down. The monsters in the darkness could very well be right behind you. On a night when the frequency of lightning was very low, it was necessary to keep the flames burning and the light shining. Once they were completely enveloped in darkness, it wasn't impossible for them to all disappear. No one could say for sure just what terrible things would happen in total darkness, because reality had broken the limits of their imagination time and time again. Derek Berg remained reserved and silent as he quietly listened to his companions reminiscing about the monster they had encountered before. It was a humanoid monster with eyes covering its entire body. In order to finish off the monster, their patrolling team suffered a heavy price with 5 injured, and 2 of them severely injured. Suddenly, Derek's vision blurred, and he felt himself being enveloped in a thick gray mist. In an inexplicably faraway place, in the depths of the gray fog, a blurry figure sat on an ancient high-backed chair, looking down at him. "Prepare for the gathering." The Fool's voice echoed in Derek's ears, but none of his teammates were aware of it. After withdrawing his gaze and observing the area for more than 10 seconds, Derek moved to the very edge of the fire, leaned against the broken wall, and pretended to be asleep. For ever since he found out that the members of the 6-member council and Elder Lovia were unable to discover the existence of Mr. Fool, he gradually believed that as long as he didn't carelessly reveal any clues, he would be able to quietly attend the Tarot Club's gathering above the gray fog even under the gaze of others. Backland, Empress Borough. Using the excuse that she was tired, Audrey returned to her bedroom. She curbed her excitement and didn't pace back and forth. Instead, she sat quietly on the bed, waiting for Mr. Fool's summoning. Father was busy communicating with the other members of Parliament about the proposed bill, and the Beyonder Guard is entailing me constantly. Thank you, Goddess. My life has finally returned to normal. 2 weeks have passed. Mr. Hanged Man must have prepared the pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander. I'm about to advance to Sequence 8, Audrey thought with sparkling eyes. To her, this was even more exciting and worth looking forward to than the £30,000 bounty and the large plantation worth at least £8,000. Finally, she saw the familiar, illusory crimson surge towards her, like a tidal wave, drowning her. On an ancient-looking sailboat, Alger Wilson locked the door to the captain's cabin and sat behind a sextant and the ship logs. He kept memorizing the contents of the thick stack of sheets in front of him. After the investigations, he left the bustle of Backland without any qualms after being rewarded by the upper echelons and returned to the sea, carrying a batch of secretly copied Roselle diary pages. After digesting the seafarer potion, I'll be able to advance normally. My contributions are enough for me to trade for the formula and ingredients. However, this will expose the fact that I know the acting method. There are advantages and disadvantages. Alger shook his head, suddenly distracted. At that moment he felt the summoning of the Fool. His mind suddenly recalled the face of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kelangos, whose flesh and blood quickly rotted as pieces of his face peeled off. Alger instinctively lowered his head, allowing the crimson tide to engulf him. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. Having activated his spirit vision, Klein examined Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Sun to confirm their current states. Audrey was about to happily greet everyone when she suddenly saw the Hanged Man gesturing to her before rushing to speak before her. "Mr. Fool, I've obtained 19 pages of Roselle's diary this time. Here, I must thank you for sending your adorer to help me get rid of Kilangos. These diary pages will be the compensation I should pay." 19 pages. Not bad. Klein didn't talk much about the adorer as he smiled faintly. That is the principle of equivalent exchange. As expected of Mr. Fool, a pirate admiral with a mystical item was nothing to him. From the looks of it, I don't have to mention my claiming of the bounty. I wonder how many high-sequence Beyonders Mr. Fool has as his adorers. Audrey had begun to use the word he, him, or his to refer to the Fool without realizing it. Upon hearing the Fool's answer, Alger said humbly, "The limit of my current memory is 6 pages. Please allow me to give them to you over separate occasions." "No problem." Klein, who was surrounded by thick gray fog, nodded gently. The son Derek looked at the pages that appeared before the Hanged Man and was very curious about the contents of the diary. With his previous experiences, he believed that the items that Mr. Fool was interested in definitely contained many mysteries. He looked at Miss Justice, and when he saw that she didn't have the impulse to ask, he cautiously maintained his silence. Soon, the 6 pages of the diary were complete and came into Klein's hands. Audrey and the others began to wait quietly. They were already used to such things. Klein looked down and read the first page. "The 16th of December. I managed to contact the pathetic fellow who's trapped in the storm and was lost in the darkness. Finally, there's a follow-up to one of the previous pages of the diary." Klein was delighted, and he became more focused. "He called himself Mr. Dorr and tried to teach me a complicated and difficult ritual. He wanted me to help him return to the real world and promised to fulfill 3 of my requests. Does he think I'm stupid? I've lived for more than 60 years over my 2 lives. Does he think I can't tell that this is the usual manipulation done by evil gods and devils?" But the history of the 4th epic that he described was truly interesting. Chapter 217, Mr. Dorr's description. Mr. Dorr. This naming style is very similar to mine. I wonder what was the real name of this pathetic fellow who was lost and trapped in the deep darkness amidst the storms is, and what his sequence is. Or rather, just as Emperor Roselle had guessed, he's one of the evil gods or devils. Klein let out a silent chuckle which was mixed with ridicule and self-deprecating humor. He was also interested in the history of the 4th epic. "I know of the most famous war of the 4 emperors in the 4th epic, but the specific details and the main figures involved are limited to the information spread by the major churches. For example, the Dark Emperor of the Solomon Empire. It wasn't until today that this so-called Mr. Dorr finally answered my questions by letting me know who the remaining 3 emperors are. The half-insane Blood Emperor of the Tudor dynasty, the Night Emperor of the Trunzo West Empire, and the Emperor of the Underworld of the Southern Continent, also known as Death. According to Mr. Dorr's description, In this war that changed the situation of the entire world, the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fell one after another. The Emperor of the Underworld reaped the greatest benefits. Having said that, Mr. Dorr added with profound significance that after over a century of digestion, Death went mad, but he also became stronger. Therefore, Death teamed up with the primordial demoness and brought about a pale disaster for the northern continent. Of course, this isn't something he witnessed personally, but rather something that he hears when he comes close to the real world every month. Death went mad, but also became stronger. Even deities can go mad. What a horrifying sentence. However, this also confirms my guess. Before the Fifth Epoch, those deities would often descend into the real world, directly interfering with the situation in the northern and southern continents. They might even personally appear just like Death. I asked Mr. Dorr if he had participated in the War of the Four Emperors. If so, what role did he play? And what was the position the seven deities maintained in this war? What role did they play? Mr. Dorr didn't answer my question. He only said in a teasing manner that the number of preeminent mighty figures in the fourth epic far exceeds my imagination. In addition, he also mentioned two laws. One is the law of beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and the other is the law of similar sequence, beyonder characteristics conservation, which is consistent with certain things that I have learned from that most secret and ancient organization, and also from some of the phenomena I have observed. Hey, this can lead to many interesting conclusions, making many explanations take on other forms, making one's mind tremble in horror. For example, when there are too many high-sequence beyonders in the same sequence pathway, the low-sequence beyonders would reduce, and vice versa. The beyonder characteristics had been fixed at the source. It will not increase or decrease. Does this mean that there really is a God who created all the deities, an omnipotent and omniscient God, and everything originated from him? This was the longest Roselle diary that Klein had ever seen. It took up 2 full pages, and one could imagine that it originally came on a double-sided page. It only became 2 separate pages after repeated copying. That's a lot of information. Klein sighed silently. As a history student who had graduated normally, he had always believed that the Solomon Empire, the Tudor dynasty, and the Trunsoest Empire came one after the other in a line with a certain degree of restoration before a new political outcome was established. To his surprise, the War of the Four Emperors, described by Mr. Dorr clearly and unambiguously, revealed one thing. All 3 empires had existed at the same time. If this were true, then it would really overturn most of the current research on the fourth epic in the field of history. Klein suddenly thought of the original Klein, who was filled with interest towards archaeology and the history regarding the fourth epic. Today I've helped him achieve his wish. I wonder if Death had already become a true deity during the War of the Four Emperors. It's hard to determine according to Mr. Dorr's descriptions. I can only first assume that the Emperor of the Underworld, who had obtained benefits from the War of the Four Emperors, had broken through his limits and become a deity. But he also went mad as a result. To have a deity go mad was truly terrifying. Just thinking about the details makes one tremble from the bottom of their heart. It's no wonder that the knowledgeable Emperor Roselle would use the word horrifying to describe this matter. Could it be that the so-called evil gods were crazy orthodox deities? Would that mean that there might only be evil gods left in this world one day? Man, does this mean that the end of days cannot be stopped? Klein smiled to hide the growing solemnity of his emotions. He felt that the future he imagined was filled with a dark gray hue. At the same time, he raised his evaluation of the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor, believing them to be the preeminent mighty figures who were close to being deities. Perhaps that means Sequence 1 is the peak existence of a single pathway. According to this logic, for Dark Emperor to live for centuries or over a millennium wouldn't be unacceptable. That would explain the original Klein's confusion. He had obtained contradictory findings from the content recorded in the Antigonus family's notebook with his own mentor's viewpoint. He believed that the Dark Emperor was the common name used by every emperor of the Solomon Empire. Perhaps the Dark Emperor had always been the same Dark Emperor. Of course, other possibilities cannot be eliminated. For example, they could have been replaced 2 or 3 times, but is the name of that pathway Sequence 1 Dark Emperor? I wonder who Mr. Dorr is in the history of the 4th epic. Emperor Roselle didn't go into detail when describing his erroneous experiments and accidental coincidences, making it impossible for me to even try to converse with that Mr. Dorr. The laws of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility, and similar sequence. Beyonder characteristics. Conservation shares the same description as the one used by the captain. Perhaps the term he used came from Emperor Roselle. According to the 2 laws described by Mr. Gate, we can indeed deduce a lot of interesting speculations. For example, with there being so many holy artifacts and high-sequence Beyonders in the 7 churches, there shouldn't be many low-sequence Beyonders. But this contradicts reality, and the only reasonable explanation is an additional gift from the deities. For example, is the destruction of the nation of the Evernight due to the conservation of characteristics, that the mere possession of resources causes it to be in trouble? Or could it be said that their existence seriously weakens the potency of the Evernight pathway and threatens the position of the goddess? For example, theoretically speaking, certain sealed artifacts could also be used as the main ingredients for potion materials, or they can even be considered equivalent to potions. Of course, the prerequisite is to remove all latent dangers and madness. No wonder the documents that were unearthed called the 4th epic, the Epoch of the Gods. So it turns out that in this epic there are many records of deities descending. Then what caused them to stop coming, to the point of there not being any revelations? If it wasn't for the fact that Beyonders receive responses from ritualistic magic, perhaps many of them would have doubted the existence of the deities. Many ideas came to Klein suddenly as he felt that he had delved deeper into the realm of mysticism in this Beyonder world. He flipped through the next 4 pages and was disappointed to realize that they were no longer related to Mr. Dorr. His ability as a clown allowed him to conceal his emotions well, and coupled with the gray fog's obstruction, even Audrey, who was secretly observing him, didn't notice anything amiss. He gathered his chaotic thoughts and started reading the 3rd page of the diary. The 10th of September. I've endured it for a long time, but I still can't help but complain a little. I must have had ***, King Shastarisks for brains to chose the savant path, right? Of course, this has indeed allowed me to develop my greatest advantage, allowing the Church to attach great importance to me. But the problem is that the first few sequences lack any Beyonder powers needed for combat. I can only make do by relying on mystical items and rely way too much on external items. For example, Sequence 9, Savant, only has extraordinary abilities in memory, learning, and practical skills. For example, Sequence 8, Archaeologist, gains a strong physique and corresponding ancient knowledge, and they can only barely apply some ritualistic magic. For example, Sequence 7, Appraiser, whose ability is to quickly identify mystical objects, allowing them to avoid hidden dangers to the greatest extent. For example, Sequence 6, Artisan, who can produce machinery, wonder but not very powerful Beyonder objects. Apart from that, one's standard in ritualistic magic will be enhanced. It's no wonder its modern name is Machinery Specialist. Comparatively speaking, the Sequence 7, Warlock, and Sequence 6 scrolls Professor of the Mystery Prior pathway are sufficiently tempting. It would be great if only the Church has the complete sequence and that the hidden sage doesn't exist. However, I finally received some good news. After I advance again, I'll gain Beyonder powers, combat powers that I can call my own. Sequence 5. Astromancer. Its modern name scares me a little. It's actually called Astronomer. Am I going to end up as an all-powerful mad scientist? Heavens have mercy on me. I was only a second-tier student at the college entrance examination. It had to be said that Emperor Roselle had a strange talent for making jokes. Even the recently dispirited Klein couldn't help but twitch his mouth, wishing to light a candle for this senior. Study hard and improve by the day is indeed a wise saying. He lampooned and remembered the unique trait of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. They lacked Beyonder powers when it came to combat, but they were good at making and using items. After flipping to the 3rd page of the diary, Klein continued reading. The 2nd of June. The kingdom has created chaos, again and again, instigating wars without being able to completely destroy the Fey-Sac Empire, the Lowen Kingdom, and the Fey-Napotter Kingdom. As such, the kingdom has no choice but to shoulder huge debts, and its economy is on the verge of collapse. From my observations, the people, merchants, and soldiers are very dissatisfied. The riots are just lacking a spark. This is my chance. But I have to be very careful. The Sauron family has witnessed the history of the 4th epoch, and is an ancient family with a high possibility of having high-sequence Beyonders. I need the support of the Church, as well as gain a tacit agreement with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. I can't appear immediately. First, I'll let the rebels destroy order before I end it all as a protector. Consul Roselle Gustav. I like that name. Chapter 218. Free General Knowledge. June 3rd. After discussing with Edwards and the others, I gave up on the idea of reaching a tacit understanding with the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. This might very well reveal my true intentions, making the Sauron family and the ancient nobles who support them aware of them in advance and carry out a direct approach. That would make matters extremely difficult and dangerous. It's a pity that Grimm died in the Sea of Fog. He was the smartest among us. Descend into chaos, descend. Only with everything in chaos will I get the chance to fish in troubled waters. Only when the Sauron family is incapable of handling this situation will the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun reluctantly acknowledge me. Perhaps I should give some help to those rebels, but how should I conceal myself so that no one would notice? June 4th. Zaratul from the Secret Order came to visit me in incognito, very suddenly. And then, Klein was just feeling intrigued over the reason why I, Zaratul, leader of the Secret Order, would seek Roselle on the eve of the rebellion and coup d'etat, when he realized that the 2 subsequent pages had nothing to do with it. This made him feel a sense of irrepressible anger. Although the 3 diary pages didn't provide very detailed descriptions, with rather straightforward accounts from Roselle, Klein could still feel the famous turmoil in Intiais that happened in 1173, more than 100 years ago. The outcome was clearly recorded in history textbooks. As a colonel, Republic quashed the rebellion and enacted political changes. The Intias kingdom was transformed into a republic, with him acting as a self-appointed consul. In the following 19 years, he reformed the penal code, encouraged inventions, and protected the Industrial Revolution. He greatly increased the country's strength and fought wars, both north and south, making Lemberg, Masin, Sagar, and other countries protectorates under the Intais Republic. He also made the 3 mighty countries on the northern continent, the Fey-Sac Empire, the Lowen Kingdom, and the Fey-Napotter Kingdom, bow their heads. At the end of 1192, Almost 20 years after his appointment as consul, Roselle converted the Republic into an empire, declaring himself Caesar. Less than 6 years later, he perished in the White Maple Palace, ending the Fifth Epoch's most legendary piece of history to date. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was more to Roselle's death than what appeared on the surface. It was just like how this famous historical event definitely had power struggles amongst Beyonders behind it, and that a Beyonder faction had leveled the situation, unlike the descriptions in textbooks. As expected, one of the so-called Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Grimm, died in the Sea of Fog. In a previous diary page, Roselle had written that there was something wrong with this horseman. It seems to have something to do with the tiny island where they discovered many extraordinary beings. Not only was it a fortuitous encounter, but it was also a dangerous one. Klein thought of a previous entry and turned to the 5th page, feeling emotional. The contents of this page are of little value. They consist of Roselle's comments after drinking an 1128 or mere red wine, the disillusion of finding the woman who had gained his adoration in his youth to be aged and out of shape, as well as a degenerate summary of a certain period when he was addicted to playing cards. The 6th page was about the same as the first one, with accounts of his daily life. However, the last one made Klein's eyes light up. The 8th of April. I have to send someone to investigate the secret order to get more information. I can't repeat my passiveness from before. I can't let Zaratul lead me by the nose anymore. So, did you discover anything, Comrade Roselle? Since Klein couldn't find the rest of the information, he could only force himself to calm down and wait for the next gathering when the Hanged Man would hand over another 6 pages. He knew that an investigation from over 100 years ago was unlikely to help him find any clues related to the Secret Order Association. After all, over such a long period of time, other than the special ones, many of the high-sequence Beyonders would have already died of old age, not to mention the middle or low-level members. However, Klein believed that this would help him obtain inspiration and grasp the precise identity and activity patterns that the Secret Order often used. Putting down the 6 diary pages, Klein tapped his right index finger on the edge of the long bronze table, slowly moving his gaze from Miss Justice to the Hanged Man, and then to the sun. Right. In the diary just now, there was a line Emperor Roselle described. God who created all the deities, an omnipotent and omniscient God. This is very similar to the customs of the City of Silver. Where did he hear this from? Could it be from that most ancient and secret organization which controls the world from behind the scenes? This organization was established before the Forsaken Land of the Gods was forsaken? Suddenly, Klein had a new idea. He said with a low and gentle smile, Roselle mentioned some hidden history in his diary and mentioned some simple general knowledge. The latter reminded me of something that I don't recall informing you all. Audrey suddenly fell into a trance. She immediately turned her body around and looked at the very top of the ancient long table in pleasant surprise. Mr. Fool is taking the initiative to mention the contents of Roselle's diary. What would it say? She was so excited and thrilled that she completely forgot that she was a spectator. Compared to her, the Hanged Man, Alger, was much more composed. However, the subconscious straightening of his back heartlessly betrayed him. Only the sun, Derek, had always believed that the items of interest to Mr. Fool contained many mysteries. But he didn't know anything about Emperor Roselle and didn't know what this name represented in the northern continent. Thus, he just found it difficult to hide his curiosity and didn't reveal any unusual behavior. Mr. Fool, did Emperor Roselle mention some general knowledge? I'm willing to pay for this information, Audrey couldn't help but say. However, I want it to be communicated to me privately, she added silently in her heart. Klein chuckled and said, There's no need. This is very simple general knowledge. After reading this part of the diary, as the summoner of Tarot Club, I feel it's necessary to let all of you know this. Of course, I'm very certain that some of you are already aware of this. He was mainly referring to the sun. The city of Silver had a history of 2,000 to 3,000 years, so it was impossible for them to not discover the law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility. Moreover, they were in a relatively extreme environment. Even if the surrounding areas had no lack of monsters in the darkness, there would still be times when they failed to obtain the corresponding materials. In order to pass on their heritage, in order for their city to continue on, using the Beyonder characteristics of the remains of their predecessors to create a potion wasn't particularly unacceptable. To them, this was perhaps a sacred and glorious ceremony. Of course, Klein could see from a previous exchange that the hanged man knew something. It's a pity that Miss Justice cannot always be made to pay in gold pounds and transfer the money to my adorers. My adorer can't appear any less impressive. I mustn't destroy the image of the powerful man that Mr. Razik has created. Yes, I'll give it a try when I have the chance. After all, no matter how powerful a being is, they'll have subordinates that run errands. For instance, the Evernight Goddess is sleepless. No one would ever suspect that the Evernight Goddess isn't a true deity just because the low-level Nighthawks are weak. Klein sighed silently. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Fool. You are just too generous, Audrey replied in joy. She was originally feeling 3 seconds of regret for the course action of using cash to purchase the information. Klein stopped rapping the table and described with a calm voice the first piece of general knowledge, law of Beyonder characteristics, indestructibility. The characteristics of a Beyonder is never destroyed or reduced. It's only passed from one carrier to the next. Without realizing it, I used Captain's tone. Klein's lips subconsciously curled upwards. It cannot be destroyed or reduced, it just transfers from one carrier to another, Audrey ruminated over Mr. Fool's description, feeling that there was too much meaning in that simple sentence. Her emerald green eyes turned, and when she saw that neither the hanged man nor the sun showed any signs of surprise or contemplation, she immediately understood that these two members of the Tarot Club had long known of this law. Only I didn't know, she thought, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but she quickly began to praise Mr. Fool for his kindness. At this point, Klein added, after a rampager dies, they will leave behind an item of Beyonder characteristics. It could be the main ingredient, or it could be a mystical artifact that requires sealing. An ordinary Beyonder's death results in similar results. However, the item left behind will be equivalent to the corresponding potion without the supplementary ingredients. Of course, the item alone will contain Beyonder powers. They can be used as a half-mystical object. The plain and indifferent words instantly echoed in Audrey's mind. Layers stacked upon layers, and bit by bit, it eventually reached a crescendo. Audrey thought of cannibalism and the question, would a sequence pathway be severed if the source of Beyonder materials ceased to exist? She had asked the hanged man previously came to mind. Now, she knew the answer, but she would have rather not heard it. She felt like she was having a nightmare. How can it be so cruel? Why is it so dark? Audrey had previously seen some bad situations that involved Beyonders, but those situations were only caused by a person's own perverse and evil nature. For example, Mr. A or Kilangos. They didn't affect her yearning and love for mysticism and the Beyonder world. However, this time she discovered that the mystical world was filled with grayness and darkness. Wake up, Audrey, you can't be naive. Consider that the cruelty and darkness described by Mr. Fool are predictable. Since he had chosen this path, he had to bravely walk down it. Audrey consoled herself, easing her mood a little. She saw that the hanged man and the sun were making only habitual movements and appeared to understand what had just been said. Mr. Hanged Man is terrible. He even wanted to use this information as an exchange previously. This information is indeed worth a lot and is quite important, but it's only a simple piece of general knowledge to us and Mr. Fool. Audrey suddenly wanted to laugh a little. Her mood began to improve, and she slowly pushed all the extreme examples that she had just thought of aside. Klein wasn't surprised by the three members' reaction. He continued in a calm tone. The second piece of general knowledge. Law of similar sequence, beyonder characteristics conservation. Law of similar sequence. Beyonder characteristics conservation. The Hanged Man slightly changed his sitting posture. He felt that he understood something, but he was unable to fully understand what this law represented and what it consisted of. Justice and the Sun shared the same feelings as he did. They were unable to directly understand the true meaning behind this law. Why similar sequence? Alger couldn't help asking. Klein smiled and replied, "What do you wish to pay for the answer?" One of the ideas he had was that general knowledge was free, but any explanation required a fee. This both matched his status and didn't waste the information. Free things cost the most. Chapter Tau, 119. Explanation. If the Fool had simply mentioned that there was some simple general knowledge contained in Roselle's diary, the Hanged Man, Alger wouldn't necessarily be determined to pay the price for the answer, partly because the description of it being simple killed his curiosity. Another aspect stemmed from his constant wariness against making trades with the Fool, as it reminded him of the examples when deals were made with evil gods and devils. But now that he knew the so-called contents of simple general knowledge, his interest was piqued. Yet he was unable to understand parts of the description, much less gain any actual or deep grasp of the concept. Therefore, he couldn't hold back his urges to ask in absolute reverence, "Mr. Fool, what kind of payment do you want?" Yes. Justice Audrey nodded her head nearly indiscernibly, but very frequently, indicating that this was something she wanted to ask as well. Although the son, Derek, remained silent and didn't make any additional body gestures, the look he gave to the Fool explained everything. Klein, who was waiting for such a response, smiled and said, "Information regarding the Secret Order." The Secret Order, the Hanged Man Alger muttered to himself. He wasn't unfamiliar with this term. He had once received payment for explaining to Miss Justice about many secret organizations, including the Secret Order. Audrey and Derek both frowned subconsciously. The former's only understanding of the Secret Order was limited to what the Hanged Man had described, and the latter had never even heard of such an organization. Klein had long anticipated what the son would feel, but he wasn't surprised. According to his conjecture, the area where the City of Silver was located should have been a part of the Third Epoch after the appearance of the first blasphemy slate, and before the appearance of the second blasphemy slate. It was even possible that it was the direct catalyst or manifestation of the cataclysm. The Zaratul family had only stepped onto the stage of history in the Fourth Epoch, and the Secret Order was created in the latter half of the Fourth Epoch. There was no way both entities could have existed in the same period. It would surprise Klein if the son were to know about the Secret Order. He would then have to overturn some of his speculations, reconstruct his knowledge of the City of Silver, the forsaken land of the gods, and the Zaratul family. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Alger looked at the Fool in the gray fog, deliberated his words, and said, "I will accept this request and help you gather information regarding the Secret Order. Can you make payment in advance?" It wasn't surprising that a suspected deity was interested in an ancient and secret organization. Therefore, Alger wasn't puzzled about it. More importantly, after many gatherings, he had a guess in his mind, which was that Mr. Fool's state wasn't perfect, that he might be in a predicament, that all his attempts and the actions of his adorers on the northern and southern continents were to help him break free from his confines. This might even be related to the huge secret of why the seven deities no longer descend upon the real world after the fourth epoch. A thought flashed through Alger's mind, and he shuddered as he felt himself entering the realm of the gods. Upon hearing the hanged man's request, Klein leaned back in his chair and nodded. No problem. If the information you have collected exceeds the value of the answer, I will provide you with further compensation. As for the circumstances in which the value of the answer was lacking, it is naturally up to the esteemed Mr. Fool to decide. If he has the ability to make the additional payment, so be it. If not, forget it, Klein silently added. Justice Audrey's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She raised her hand and said, I want to partake in this deal. Klein laughed and replied, sure. Frankly speaking, his main target was Miss Justice because she was a local of Backland, and she had mixed herself into several Beyonder circles. Her access to information in the Land of Hope far exceeded his, considering it was his first time in the capital. She was also more informed than the hanged man, who was out at sea most of the time. According to the earlier revelation he received from his divination, Klein believed that the clues related to the secret order would appear in Backlund, and not anywhere else. The son, Derek, listened quietly and, after some thought, said, I'm willing to use the payment I reserved and exchange it for the answer. In the previous three-way deal, he had traded the Sequence 8 telepathist formula for Sequence 9 Bard. Klein had promised to compensate him, and his choice at the time had been to save it up and prepare for the subsequent potion formulas and main ingredients. Klein nodded his head and gave an explanation that he had long prepared. The so-called similar sequence refers to how high-sequence Beyonders are exchangeable with other pathways. Let me give an example. The Death Pathway's Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, can not only be advanced normally, but one can also choose the Giant Pathway, which is the Gatekeeper Pathway's Sequence 4, Demon Hunter. This won't lead to the danger of losing control, nor will it accumulate madness. It's different from taking the wrong potion. Of course, if it's not a similar sequence, a semi-deranged state is the best result. Exchangeable, Audrey blurted out, surprised and delighted. She was surprised that sequence pathways weren't completely fixed, that they didn't need to follow the original path all the way. The price of switching wasn't being semi-deranged and never to advance again. Within the 22 divine pathways, there were special circumstances and sequences which were similar. And what delighted her was that she had another chance to choose again in the future. It was just like being able to select something that caught her interest at Philip's department store. It was a wonderful experience. So that's how it is, Alger silently muttered to himself, suddenly feeling like he had understood several things at once, and he had resolved many of the doubts accumulated in his past experiences. This information is way too valuable, as expected of Mr. Fool. So-called simple general knowledge is enough to shock and awe most low-sequence Beyonders, and benefit them immensely. He sighed inwardly. Derek, the son, was a little disappointed because he had no intention of changing sequences. He wanted to be the sun that lit up the darkness and dispelled the curse. However, he quickly recalled an incident that happened in the City of Silver. The former chief, a powerhouse who had the greatest possibility of breaking past the limitations of Demon Hunter, had built a mausoleum for himself and went deep inside, making it his home. Afterwards, he appeared less and less, until the main door of the mausoleum could no longer be opened. Back then, the citizens of the City of Silver all believed that a problem had arisen during the chief's advancement, and that he had gone mad, to the point of being close to losing control. He was believed to have finished himself off. Now, combined with the description from the fool, the son suddenly thought of another possibility. Yeah, that chief might have been attempting to advance in sequence through a similar pathway. In one of his explorations deep into the darkness, he had acquired the corresponding formula for the death pathway, and the mausoleum might have been a special requirement. But in the end, he still failed. But why didn't he turn into a monster? What did he encounter in that dark mausoleum? The City of Silver doesn't have the subsequent sequence potion formulas after Demon Hunter. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Derek was suddenly jolted back to his senses by Miss Justice's reserved voice. "Mr. Fool, may I ask what other pathways are exchangeable with the Spectator Sequencer pathway?" Sequence 4. Demon Hunter sounds pretty good. That's very suitable for me, very suitable for Justice. Audrey admired the first high sequence name that she knew. "I want to know too." Klein was tempted to answer Miss Justice's question in such a manner. Before he could say anything, Audrey added in a faltering tone, I can pay for the answer to this question." "Shh. How many gold pounds do you think is enough? I believe that your adorer will need a certain amount of funds for their activities." Having said that, she recalled how Mr. Fool's adorer had easily finished Pirate Admiral Kilangos, who possessed creeping hunger. Clearly, he was a high sequence beyonder, so she nearly said, "I apologize, Mr. Fool. Treat it as though I never said a thing." However, since she had already asked, she couldn't back down. "Come on, Audrey. Perhaps the fool has a weaker adorer." Audrey quietly bit at her lips, silently encouraging herself. "Gold pounds?" Klein thought about it seriously and said, "We'll make the transaction after enough information about the secret order is gathered." As he spoke, he recalled his informant in the Psychology Alchemists, Daxter Guderian. "Captain and Sigh. Daxter's identity as an informant can no longer be verified. I wonder if it's a tragedy or a comedy. It's a pity that I can no longer contact him anymore. Otherwise, it would be the most convenient way to obtain the information regarding the Spectator pathway from him." Klein smirked. "All right," Audrey answered happily. The conversation between the two made the Hanged Man, who was about to ask a similar question, shut his mouth. He left it until he had gathered enough information on the secret order. After a brief silence, Audrey turned her head to look at Mr. Fool and raised her hand, very slightly. After receiving a nod of confirmation, she turned to the member opposite her and asked with a sense of anticipation, "Mr. Hanged Man, my tip allowed you to finish Rear Admiral Hurricane. Have you prepared the complete pituitary gland of a mature rainbow salamander?" "That's one of the reasons why I returned to the sea." Alger nodded gently and said, "I've gotten the Beyonder material you wanted. But how should I give it to you?" "How? How should it be given to me?" Audrey froze for a moment as she lost herself in thought. "It's impossible to just give my address. Nor can I go through Shio and Force. That will reveal the fact that I'm a Beyonder." It's not impossible. Emperor Roselle once said that when we should choose the lesser of two evils." At that moment, Klein's heart stirred. He lightly tapped the edge of the long table and smiled. "Miss, sir, are you willing to cooperate with me in making an attempt regarding this matter?" Chapter 220. Klein's Sacrificial Trial. Attempt? Justice was instantly thrilled as she nodded her, acting reserved and elegant. "I'm very willing to cooperate." As a spectator, she clearly remembered that Mr. Fool had only used the word attempt on 2 things. The first time involved bringing her and the Hanged Man into this mysterious space, and the second time was when they were given an honorary name so that they could attempt to make a prayer, and the outcome was sufficiently successful, revealing his true nature. What would it be this time? It really is something to look forward to. Audrey restrained her impatience and tried her best to behave as a qualified spectator. Attempt. Alger suddenly tensed up, viewing the fool's proposal with utmost wariness. What does he want to do? What is his true purpose? Is this good or bad for me? One by one, thoughts popped up in his mind. The rapidly rotting appearance of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kelangos surfaced in Alger's mind. Finally, he lowered his head and respectfully replied, "Your wish is my wish." Beside him, Derek looked at the Hanged Man, and then at Justice, wondering why they were so sensitive to this so-called attempt. Klein lightly tapped his fingers on the edge of the long bronze table and smiled. "This attempt will make your transaction easier and safer, and it will definitely be sufficiently confidential." He turned his head to the side and looked at the Hanged Man. He said with a moderate pace, "Do you remember the sacrificial ritual described by the sun?" Klein had deliberately mentioned it to show how open he was. It made it difficult for the members of the Tarot Club to imagine that the sacrificial ceremony he was about to provide had actually first been obtained from the sun, and that he had gone through all that time and effort back then to trick the sun out of a template sacrificial ritual. "I remember. I do come into contact with such things usually," Alger answered truthfully, but his heart was throbbing. Since the Orthodox gods rarely responded to similar rituals, the word sacrifice had often been equated to evil gods and devils in the 5th epic. Thinking about how this could lead to a terrifying outcome, the Hanged Man felt as if he was walking at the edge of the abyss. If he wasn't careful, he would fall in, only to be eroded and devoured. Klein followed his plans and didn't provide further explanations. He nodded slightly and said, "My idea is for you to sacrifice the Beyonder material to me through the ritual, and I'll bestow them to Miss Justice. A transaction like this will be beneficial for both of you." "That can be done." Audrey was instantly dumbfounded. She felt that this exceeded the limits of her imagination. But she very quickly came to her senses and understood the advantages of this method and the true nature of a deity hidden behind this simple act. "Mr. Fool is great. As expected, our Tarot Club will be different from the other secret organizations. We'll use the method of deities to exchange for material goods and ingredients." Audrey almost said "praise the lady" in her mind out of habit, but in the end she said "praise Mr. Fool" instead. Alger turned even warier as he entered a state of calm thoughts. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what do I need to do?" He tried to figure out the true purpose of the Fool from the process of the sacrificial ritual. Klein lightly pressed his right hand and said, "Like I said, this is only an attempt. It might not succeed, so it will need your cooperation. First of all, prepare an altar. There's no need to make it too complicated. It can be very simple and crude. The only requirement is to engrave or draw this symbol." As he spoke, a screen of light appeared in front of him. On it was the symbol of the hidden pupil-less eye and the mysterious symbol of the partial contorted lines, the same symbol on the back of the Fool's chair. After previous experiments without using materials with spirituality, Klein was certain that the sacrificial ceremony he designed could create an illusory gate above the gray fog, similar to the door of summoning. However, his strength alone couldn't construct a stable channel, and he could only use the uniqueness of the mysterious space above the gray fog to complete the sacrifice. Therefore, he was 90% confident that the ceremony would be successful. The only problem was if an ordinary passageway could be constructed using ordinary materials that contained spirituality, or did it need to be beyonder materials, as well as a sufficient number of them? I'll let Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man bear the cost of this experiment. In any case, they knew from the very beginning that the Tarot Club was a product of an attempt. It can be foreseen that there would be other attempts subsequently, and failure is inevitable. Even deities are no exception. Klein decided to transfer the costs. As the Hanged Man, Justice, and the Sun were attempting to memorize the symbol, Klein chuckled. "If you forget, you can pray to me, and then you can remember." "All right," Audrey answered happily. With Mr. Fool, rituals aren't tedious and troublesome, she thought happily. The Hanged Man nodded in response as Klein continued the description. "Secondly, follow the normal procedure, but there's no need to burn any more additional herbs or apply the holy oil. There's no restriction on time, just chanting my name is enough. Remember, use ancient Hermes or Jotun to recite this piece of prayer. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. After you finish chanting, combine the materials that contain spirituality with the natural power created by the incantation, and await my response. If you don't succeed in this step, change from materials containing spirituality to beyonder materials, and try again from the beginning." After listening quietly to the procedure, Alger felt that his previous guess was very likely to be the truth. The Fool was in a predicament. He offered alluring attempts, making attempts one step at a time, and planned to use himself, Justice, and the Sun to slowly break free of the restrictions. In the end, he might even descend into the real world. This was also the true reason why he had initially pulled people into this mysterious space, agreeing to the establishment of the Tarot Club. Even without this previous speculation, Alger believed that he would have come to the same conclusion after hearing of the experimental procedures required after the sacrificial ritual and comparing it with the Fool's previous attempts. The only thing that stumped him was the possession of a powerful adorer. Therefore, there was no need for him to use himself, Justice, and the Sun. His adorer could make similar attempts. There must be secrets I don't know about yet. The attempts need to be sufficiently secretive, and perhaps his adorer is being watched by certain existences. Alger began connecting the dots. After Klein finished describing the ritual, he asked in a low but gentle voice, "The sacrificial ritual needs a specific time. Mr. Hanged Man, when do you plan on making the attempt?" This was different from responding to a request which could have a delayed response. The stable passage created by the sacrificial ritual could only exist for a very short period of time, so Klein had to wait above the gray fog ahead of time. Yet, the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland is the only beyonder material I have with me for the time being. As for materials with spirituality, I do have quite a lot. Mr. Fool, once the gathering ends, I'll immediately attempt the first scenario. If it fails, I'll seek out other beyonder materials. Once I obtain anything, I'll inform you by praying to confirm a time, Alger said, as he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Miss Justice. As a spectator, Audrey instantly understood what he meant. She answered without the slightest hesitation. "If any additional beyonder materials are required, I'll compensate you afterward. Well, I can't guarantee the specific type of material you would want." As expected of the wealthy Miss Justice, the Fool, Klein, couldn't help but sigh before chuckling. "We have come to an agreement." He looked at Justice and said, after some thought, "Once Mr. Hangman's attempt succeeds, I'll inform you of the bestowment ceremony." All right. Audrey was entirely confident with Mr. Fool's abilities. After answering the question, a sudden thought struck her as she realized that the exchange of money could also be done through this method. Of course, this was only if the attempt was a success. I wonder if items without any spirituality would work or not. I'll ask Mr. Fool again after the attempt is successful. Audrey's lips curled as she thought of the beautiful future. With the sacrifice and bestowment topic coming to an end, she deliberated for a few seconds before saying, "Mr. Fool, I've found two ladies suitable for our tarot club. They're both Beyonders and have their own circle and resources in Backland. They're also able to keep a secret and have decent personalities. Are you willing to let them join the gathering?" Does Justice want to strengthen her faction within the tarot club? This was the most instinctual thought that Alger had. Derek was very interested in this matter as he looked sideways at Mr. Fool, waiting for his answer in anticipation. Klein appeared to be in a bit of a dilemma. Previously, he had imagined that the members of the Tarot Club wouldn't know each other, and they would then develop their own subordinates, forming a relatively tight and secretive organization. This way, even if a certain member was exposed, captured, or had their spirit channeled, it wouldn't have much of an impact on the Tarot Club. But Miss Justice's description just happened to hit his weak spot. He was hoping to find clues regarding the secret order and Lanavis by acquainting himself with Beyonders with different circles and resources in Backland. If it's done through Justice, the person involved would eventually hold back. However, I'm not sure if it's possible to pull them up above the gray fog simply by reciting my name. In order to maintain his image, Klein didn't think too much, and instead procrastinated on it. He said calmly, "It will require a certain amount of examination. Miss Justice, use a clandestine method that wouldn't expose yourself to let them know of my name to garner interest in them." When Audrey saw that her proposal was about to be accepted, she immediately responded in excitement, "Yes, Mr. Fool." After a few more exchanges, the gathering came to an end. The Sun, the Hanged Man, and Justice returned, while Klein remained in the gray fog, waiting for the sacrifice. Chapter 2, 121. The Tarot Club at a Higher Level. The Blue Avenger was like a leaf on the surface of the undulating waves of the Sonia Sea. At times it was raised high and sometimes low from the ebbing of the waves, but there was no sign of it being at risk of capsizing. Alger Wilson stood in the captain cabin, his back to the shelves of red and white wine as he subconsciously paced around. Finally, he gritted his teeth and returned to the mahogany desk with a grim expression. He removed the brass sextant, found a piece of paper and a pen, and leaned over to draw the complex, mysterious symbol given to him by the Fool. With a seafarer's memory, Alger quickly completed the first step of the sacrificial ritual. Then he opened the drawer and took out a candle. He set up the ritual according to the dualism principles and placed a candle above the symbol that was formed by the combination of the pupilless eye and the partial contorted lines. One candle was placed in the middle that represented the person making the sacrifice. After cleaning up all the items on the table, Alger condensed pure water in the palm of his hand and wiped the altar clean. He then used the silver dagger from the ceremony to create a ceiling wall that surrounded his desk. After doing all this, he used his spirituality to light up the two candles and retreated a few steps under the dim light. Taking a deep breath, Alger lowered his head and recited in ancient Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take his offerings. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." This ancient incantation reverberated within the wall of spirituality, stirring up spiraling gales as they swept forth with the force of nature. It was the oldest sacrificial language created by human beyonders, and it contained many mysteries itself. However, it lacked sufficient protection for the user. Bearing with the pain that was akin to having knives slicing across his skin, Alger took out a small, dark brown glass bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and poured out a lot of sesame-shaped granules. These granules swirled with a metallic luster and exuded an indescribable sense of beauty. Alger scattered these granules into the wind. Whoosh! The gale grew stronger, but was no longer tempestuous. It was dyed in two separate colors, silver and black. As they continued to collide and mix, the two differently colored winds were infused into the candle flame that symbolized the Fool, burgeoning and tearing open an illusory, ordinary-sized door. Its surface was carved with the same symbol that Alger had drawn. At this moment, Klein witnessed the appearance of the hazy door behind his high-back chair. He could feel the spirituality in the air that was rippling apart and stimulating the mysterious space. It seems to be working. Klein suddenly had a premonition and immediately spread out his spirituality, infusing it with upheavals and stimulation. Creak! Amidst the insubstantial sounds, the blurry door slowly opened. In the captain cabin, Alger suddenly saw the illusory door, formed out of wind and light, open. Behind it was deep darkness formed from an innumerable number of almost invisible shadows. They were lustrous splendors encompassing massive amounts of knowledge. Situated above them was the thick gray fog with the ancient palace overlooking the real world. Yes, such a scene caused Alger to involuntarily tremble. It was a deep fear, an indescribable excitement. He hurriedly picked up the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that he had long prepared. He held it with both hands and, with his head bowed, he raised the palm-sized object which was constantly changing in color and had a soft feel to the ridges to the illusory door. Alger's hands grew lighter under the sudden appearance and instant disappearance of a suction force. He lost the slight tingling sensation that the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland gave him. He didn't dare raise his head until he heard the deep voice of the Fool echoing in his ears. "You did well." "It's my honor," Alger answered without any hesitation. He looked ahead again, only to see that the illusory door had disappeared. The gale had stopped, and the candle flames had returned to their original state. After the candles were extinguished according to the normal procedures, Alger sat down with a complicated expression and said to himself silently, "In the beginning, only people could be pulled into the world above the gray fog. After a while, responses could be made by listening to prayers. Now, sacrifices and bestowment can be performed. Mr. Fool is freeing himself from his predicament one step at a time, and bit by bit, will he enter the real world." This guess or conclusion frightened and worried Alger, but he also felt a bit of delight. "At least I'm a member of the Tarot Club, one of the earliest members," he sighed. In the majestic palace above the gray fog, Klein was playing with the pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander. Various colors were reflected on his face as they constantly changed colors. A slight tingling sensation came from his palm, and a strong sense of accomplishment filled his heart, causing him to reveal a genuine smile. In the future, the Tarot Club will become even more miraculous. After reflecting over the situation, Klein extended his spirituality and sent his will to the Crimson Star representing Miss Justice. After returning to her bedroom, Audrey was no longer able to sit quietly on the edge of the bed. She would restlessly flip through the books by her bed, and from time to time scrutinize herself in the mirror with an unfocused gaze. She was looking forward to the completion of the hanged man's sacrificial ritual, but she was also afraid that the result would be a failure. Emperor Roselle had said that one must remain calm and collected when important matters arise. Audrey, come on, take a deep breath. Or perhaps I should go tease the dog. However, Susie can talk and think, so she's an entity with her own dignity. I can't just casually tease her. Audrey's mind wandered, her hand unconsciously wringing an ornate doll dressed in splendid clothing. After an unknown period of time, a thick gray fog suddenly appeared before her eyes, and in the depths of the fog there was a lofty chair. Sitting there, the fool said with a smile, "Miss Justice, the attempt was successful. Have you prepared the materials that contain spirituality?" "That's great." As expected of Mr. Fool, Audrey forgot the hanged man's role in this matter. She held back her excitement and said, "Yes, I always have such materials with me." Audrey had been the same even before she joined the Tarot Club, but back then she didn't know which materials could be considered to contain spirituality. She had merely moved them from the family treasury in accordance with the various essential oil formulas she had gathered. Klein nodded slightly and said, "When do you plan on holding the ritual?" "This is based on the premise that there are no Beyonders around you." "Does a Beyonder dog count?" Audrey looked at the tightly shut door, feeling a small tug at her conscience. "I can do it now," Klein tersely acknowledged. "The ritual's process is the same as I described previously. All you need to do is change the prayer to 'Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom. I pray for you to give me strength. In addition to this, use the dualism method." Audrey thought it over, fighting the urge to nod, and she began preparing for the ritual. When the illusory door opened, and a scene even more illusory than the starry sky appeared, Audrey felt intoxicated in both body and mind. "This is the mysterious world I've always been pursuing. This is the kind of feeling I've always wanted." She praised Mr. Fool wholeheartedly. "It's faith towards the goddess, but for the fool, it's worship," Audrey silently explained herself in her mind. Soon after, she was stunned to see that there was something on the altar. It was a soft object with lustrous color and was filled with ridges. The rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Audrey felt a surge of joy in her heart. Her eyes lit up as she had the urge to step forward and grab it. However, her customs of etiquette took hold of her as she sincerely praised Mr. Fool once again. After finishing the ritual, she impatiently walked forward and carefully examined the Beyonder material 5 times. Our Tarot Club is at a higher level than all the other secret organizations. Audrey secretly felt smug. She then glanced warily at the door, as if afraid of Susie's sudden intrusion. She had to redouble her efforts and immediately concoct the potion to complete her advancement. A few minutes later, she held a bottle of liquid that contained constantly changing lusters that could shine to the bottom of everyone's hearts. She confidently drank the telepathist potion and successfully tied through the integration stage with the Beyonder characteristics, achieving an advancement. The view before her seemed to clear up significantly, with a great increase in other aspects. Audrey familiarly used cogitation to restrain the dissipating spirituality. After her sequence stabilized, she smiled and walked briskly to the door, letting in the golden retriever. She saw the obvious suspicion on Susie's face. "You took far longer than usual." Susie didn't hide her thoughts. Audrey sat down on an ottoman and dryly laughed before changing the subject. "Susie, tell me, how should I secretly inform Shio and Force about a particular matter without revealing myself, yet get them interested?" Before she finished her sentence, Audrey had begun to seriously ponder over the mission Mr. Fool had assigned her. Then she looked at Susie, and Susie looked back at her. The human and dog both fell into deep thought at the same moment. After completing his goal, Klein returned to reality, slept for a little more than an hour before hurrying out the door. He spent £1 to buy a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, wigs, and a variety of mustaches that could be torn off and stuck on with adhesives. They were disguises he would need later. Before dinner, he made a trip to East Borough, the most crowded area and the most unsafe part of the city. He rented a one-bedroom house at the rent of 4 soldi, 3 pence a week. He paid 2 weeks' rent and a deposit, coming up to a total of 17 soles. Oh, only then did Klein complete all his early preparations. East Borough also left a deep impression on him. Most of the streets here were the same as Tingen's Lower Street, but the area that shared the traits was many times larger. The clothes of the residents here were old but decent. Many of them were dressed in shabby clothes with sallow skin and thin frames. It was as though they would turn into beasts at any moment due to their hunger or poverty. Therefore, gangs ran rampant in East Borough. When he got back to Sherwood Borough, Klein felt as if he had entered heaven from hell. For the next 2 days, he experimented with using his spirituality to perform the rituals and create charms. He no longer prayed to the goddess and waited for the effects of his tiny advertisements to bear fruit. On Thursday morning, Klein finally heard the doorbell ring. Chapter 2, 122. The First Job. Ding dong! A rope was being tugged, causing the doorbell and the sound it made to constantly tinkle and send its sound echoing throughout the spacious but relatively empty living room. Klein, who was seated on the sofa reading a newspaper to study the various investment opportunities, stood up. He was wearing a white shirt and a black vest without a bow tie, just like what one would wear at home. The first job in my career as a detective? But I can't always be at home waiting for a mission to arrive. Yes, I need to hang a notice on the door, along with a fountain pen, so that clients can write down the time of their next visit and allow me to prepare in advance. However, for a new detective in this profession, without any fame, doing so would basically be the same as not having a next time. I can only go through the trouble of performing a divination in the morning to see if I would receive any jobs for the day. And if so, what time, so as to make plans. Of course, it's also possible that I would miss out on missions from powerful beyonders. Well, so be it. It might be a good thing after all. He walked to the door, and without looking through the peephole, the image of the visitors outside appeared in his mind. One of them was an old lady in a black plush hat. Her back was slightly hunched, and her face was deeply wrinkled. Her skin was shriveled and sallow, but her dark dress was very formal and neat. Her temples were completely white, but her blue eyes were quite lively. She was looking at the young man beside her, gesturing for him to pull the doorbell again. The young man was in his 20s, with eyes similar to those of the old lady's. In the progressively cold weather, he wore a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat, and a bow tie like he was about to attend a banquet. It was as if he wouldn't relax his demands of himself at any moment. With the help of a clown's premonition, Klein turned the handle, opened the door, and greeted his visitors with a smile before the bell could ring again. "Good morning, madam, sir. What a wonderful day it is, at least up to this point, for I have already seen the sun for 5 minutes." He spoke of the weather in a slightly exaggerated manner, small talk that had been popular in Backlund for more than a century. Yes, it's always shy and doesn't come out from behind the fog and the dark clouds. The old lady nodded in agreement. By her side, the lad asked, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes, and what may I help you with?" "I'm sorry, please come in. Let's sit down and talk." Klein turned his body to the side, making way for his guests as he pointed to the guest area. "No, there's no need. I don't want to waste any time. My poor Brody is still waiting for me to save it," the old lady said with a rather sharp voice. "It?" Klein noticed the most important pronoun and suddenly had a bad feeling. The very formally dressed young man nodded and said, "Brody is a cat owned by my grandmother, Madame Doris. He went missing last night, and I hope you can help us find him. We live at the end of this street, and I'm willing to pay you 5 soldi for it. Of course, if you can prove that you've spent more time and effort than that, I'll make it up to you." "Find a cat?" "The reason why you're entrusting me with this job is simply because of the convenience stemming from how we live on the same street." Klein felt that this wasn't the detective career that he had imagined. "It makes me look like a clown. Well, I can't turn down my first business deal. This is a Sears point of view." He pondered for a few seconds and asked, "Can you describe it in detail?" Granny Doris spoke out before the young man could open his mouth. "So, Brody is a lovely, lively black cat. It's very healthy, has beautiful green eyes, and loves to eat cooked chicken breast. Goddess, last night he ran off just like that. No, it must have gotten lost. I've placed lots of chicken breast in its bowl, but it refuses to return to take a look." Klein's lips curved up and said, "I'm very satisfied with your description, Mrs. Doris. I accept this request. All right, let's go to your home now. I need to search for clues and find traces. You should be clear that the basis of my reasoning lies in the details." Mrs. Doris didn't consult her grandson as she nodded and said, "You're the most proactive detective I've ever seen. It's a deal." Klein put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and followed Madame Doris and her grandson out onto the street. Unlike Tingen, roads in many parts of Bachland had been rebuilt with cement or asphalt. Even during a downpour, the roads were less muddy. While the old lady was leading the way, his grandson came close to Klein and said in a low voice, "I hope you'll do your best to find Brody. It's been one of the pillars of my grandmother's life ever since my grandfather and parents passed away. After Brody went missing, something went wrong with my grandmother's mind, so much so that she started hearing things. She keeps telling me that she hears poor Brody mewing miserably." Klein immediately nodded and said, "I'll do my best. Right, I still haven't gotten your name." Jürgen Cooper, a senior solicitor," the young man replied. Soon they reached 58 Mint Street and entered the dark house. "This is Brody's bowl. This is his favorite box. He always sleeps here." Doris's wrinkled face was filled with worry and expectation. Klein squatted down and found several strands of black cat fur in the box. He straightened up and gripped his silver-inlaid cane with the hand that held the cat's fur. Klein's gaze turned deep as he pretended to observe his surroundings as he silently recited a divination sentence. His hand secretly slipped from the end of the cane, but didn't leave it completely. It just made it difficult for Jürgen or Doris to notice that the cane was standing on its own. Soon after, the black silver-inlaid cane tilted to the side. It fell very slowly, with very little movement. Klein gripped the cane again, looked in that direction, and observed it for more than 10 seconds. Then he strode over to an old cupboard. "Any signs of Brody running away?" Jürgen asked with concern. The old lady Doris was also waiting for an answer. Without answering, Klein kneeled and pulled open the door at the bottom of the cupboard. Meow! A black cat darted out, tail high, and ran for its bowl. "Brody, when did you get into the cupboard? How did you get locked in there?" Mrs. Doris cried, surprised and confused. Jürgen turned his head in surprise and looked at Klein. "How did you know it was in the cupboard?" Klein smiled and replied in a deep voice, "Inference, my good man." After obtaining the 5 solely reward from Mrs. Doris and Jurgen, as well as their friendship, Klein returned to 15 Mint Street under the gloomy weather. Before he even got close, he saw a figure loitering in front of his door. More business. When Klein looked over, he saw that the visitor was a boy of 15 or 16, dressed in an old coat and a round hat that didn't fit his age. "It's him?" Klein immediately recognized him as the boy he had met on the steam train the day he had arrived in Backlund. Back then, he was being pursued, but his maturity and calmness at the time had left quite a deep impression on Klein. What would he want to entrust me with? As he wondered, Klein walked over and smiled. "Excuse me, are you looking for me?" The teenage boy was startled as he quickly turned around, his bright red eyes filled with unconcealable fear. He composed himself and asked hesitantly, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes." Klein looked around and said, "Let's talk inside." "All right." The teenage boy didn't refuse. Inside, Klein didn't take off his coat, but he did take off his hat and put his cane away. He led the teenage boy to the guest area, pointed at the long sofa, and said, "Please have a seat. How might I address you? What job do you have for me?" "You can call me Ian." The teenage boy surveyed his surroundings and fell silent for a few seconds. "I was previously hired by another detective, Mr. Zuriel Victor Lee, who helped me gather some news and information." Klein sat down, clasped his hands, and said, "Does the job have anything to do with your former employer?" "Yes," Ian nodded solemnly. "A few days ago, I suddenly found myself being followed by someone with ill intentions. Therefore, I thought of a way to lose their tail. I believe you saw this scene yourself, Mr. Moriarty. I recognized you as the man who was sizing me up on the metro that day, as soon as I saw you. This level of observational skills isn't any worse than a spectator's. Could it be that he was born with a special ability? Or is he a beyonder?" Klein activated his spirit vision and looked at Ian, but he didn't find anything strange. He nodded and calmly replied, "Your response left an impression on me." Ian didn't harp on the topic and continued, "I suspect that my encounter has something to do with Mr. Zuriel, so I went to visit him at his place. I found the place seemingly normal, but there were many hints that indicated that someone had infiltrated and triggered all the tiny mechanisms. I haven't seen Mr. Zuriel since that day. I suspect that something has happened to him. I tried to call the police, but his disappearance period has yet to reach the required number of days to make the request. I tried to get help from other detectives that I knew, but all of them turned me down, on the grounds that they had just met Mr. Zuriel at a fellow detective's party. That surprised me because I didn't receive any response from Mr. Zuriel when I contacted him using the agreed-upon method. I still stood by my judgment and intended to ask for the help of a detective whom Mr. Zuriel doesn't know. Well, as such, that meant it would be someone I don't know either. I had no idea who to look for as well. Therefore, I could only search through the newspapers and ended up finding you, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Chapter 223, 3 Matters. Klein asked after listening carefully. So you suspect that the Zuriel whom the detective saw was someone in disguise? Holding his brown round hat, Ian replied as if he had already thought about it. It's a possibility, but I think it's too difficult due to the huge risks involved. The party was at night, and it's true that the lights weren't very bright, but most of the people attending are detectives with keen observational skills. Just a weak beard or cosmetics can hardly hide from their eyes. Perhaps some beyonder powers can do it. just like how creeping hunger enables such an ability. There was a little trap in Klein's question. He wished to determine from the teenage boy's answer, the expression on his face and his body language, to determine if he had ever come into contact with Beyonders, or if he knew things about mysticism. The initial answer was no. When Ian saw Detective Moriarty nodding slightly in agreement with his reasoning, he continued, "I believe that the detective saw Mr. Zreal, but he wasn't free. He was in a controlled state in which he couldn't send out distress signals. The reason why he wasn't responding to my attempts to liaison with him is to probably signal to me that he needs help." A reasonable explanation. Klein released his clasped hands and sat back a little, making himself look more relaxed and confident. Ian fell silent for about 10 seconds before he said seriously, "I'd like to entrust you with the task of investigating Mr. Zreal and determine his current condition. All I need is confirmation." Considering that Ian was a semi-professional who had gathered intelligence and information for a detective, Klein had the intention to make his acquaintance. He smiled and said, "Then how much are you going to pay? You should be well aware that this may be very dangerous." Ian looked down at the pocket of his old coat and said after some deliberation, "There are two ways. The first, I can directly give you a payment that's enough to satisfy you. Afterward, regardless of whether the mission is simple or difficult, that will be all unless you suffer a relatively serious injury. Secondly, I could pay you £5 in advance, and when you finish the job you can add on to the bill, depending on the difficulty of the matter. But it's easy to cause a dispute, even if there's a contract." Klein pretended to be in thought, and after almost 30 seconds he said in a low voice, "Why don't we do it this way? You can pay me £5 in advance, and help me with 3 things after the mission is completed. Don't worry, they won't be anything difficult. They will be within your capabilities, and it won't make you feel too uncomfortable. This can be agreed upon in the contract." Ian knitted his brows before standing up. He leaned forward and stretched out his right hand. "All right." Klein shook hands with him, pulled out a standard contract that he had prepared, picked up a round fountain pen, added all the details he had discussed, and stamped it with his fingerprint. After signing the contract, he gave the teenage boy, Ian, a stack of white paper and watched him write Detective Zreal's relevant information. After a while, he browsed through the information and casually asked, "How can I contact you if there's an emergency or if I've confirmed Zreal's condition?" Ian pursed his lips and remained silent for quite a while. Only when Klein looked over did he reply in a somewhat stiff manner, "You don't need to contact me. I will appear at the right time." Without another word, he took out a thick stack of cash from the pocket of his old coat. They seemed to be stacked up in a very neat order, from high face value to low face value. Ian pulled out 3 one-pound notes from the bottom, counted 6 5-soldi notes, and finally 10 one-soldi notes. When Klein saw that Ian had neatly arranged the notes, with even the portraits of the former kings facing up without a single mistake, Klein suddenly felt a bit frustrated. This is some late-stage obsessive-compulsive disorder. He silently exhaled and received the payment from Ian. According to his visual estimate, Ian had less than £3 left. He probably had all his savings with him. If I had asked for more, would he bail on me without paying? He doesn't look like the kind of person to do so, but one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Klein folded the bills at random and stuffed them into his pocket, ignoring the untidiness. As such, he succeeded in seeing Ian's slightly twisted expression. "I'll try to complete the investigation as soon as possible." Klein stood up and held out his hand as a gesture of bidding him farewell. "Thank you for your help." Ian thanked him sincerely because the counteroffer was obviously a discount. Watching the boy, who was more mature than his age, leave, Klein stroked his chin and silently said to himself, "This matter goes deeper than it seems." Ian didn't mention anything about Zuriel's recent investigations or what information he had been instructed to gather. "Forget it. I'll handle as much as the money is worth. All I need to do is confirm Zuriel's current condition." He turned around and walked back into the living room. While doing so, he fished a quarter pence out of his trouser pocket. Ping! As the copper coin tumbled in the air, Klein's eyes turned dark as he muttered if there were any beyonder elements in the case he was handling. Then he opened his right hand and tried to catch the copper penny. Clang! The coin slipped from his fingertips and fell to the ground, rolling away. This result meant that the divination had failed. From the looks of it, Ian has withheld more things than I thought. The information is so lacking that I can't even obtain a vague divination result. He pursed his lips, took a few steps forward, and bent down to pick up the coin. That night, in the wee hours of the morning, at 138 Rose Street, Backland Bridge, Klein had changed into a cheap light blue workman's outfit. His mouth, chin, and cheeks were covered with a black beard that, at first glance, made him look rough and savage. He wore a dark-colored cap and pressed it so low that it nearly covered his eyes. Such caps originated from the Intai's Republic hunters. There were certain differences from the traditional deer hunting caps the Lowen Kingdom hunters wore. However, such caps had become popular among the lower-class populace of Backland. Hiding in the shadows of an Inti's parasol tree by the side of the road, Klein studied the house across the street with the aid of the elegant gas lamps. It was Sreal's home. The detective was from Southville. His parents, relatives, and friends were all there, and he had come to Backland alone, where he slowly forged a name for himself. He was still a bachelor and had only hired 2 temporary maids, the kind that came by every 3 days to clean up the place without needing to provide them with food or lodging. At the moment, the terrace house he rented was pitch dark. Klein took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally. "There's danger inside. There's danger inside." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum spinning clockwise but very slowly. "There's danger, but it's nothing serious," Klein muttered, and once again confirmed that he had his tarot cards, self-made charms, and holy night powder on him. After doing all this, he looked around and, taking advantage of the stillness of the night, he nimbly rushed across the street. There was no veranda, garden, or lawn, as it directly faced the edge of the street. Klein went around to the side and easily climbed up the water pipe to the small balcony on the 2nd floor, where clothes could be hung out to dry. Immediately following that, he took out a tarot card and slid it through the crack, opening the door to the corridor. Following Ian's drawing of the house's layout, Klein walked almost soundlessly to Sreal's bedroom. He lightly tapped his left molar and activated his spirit vision. Through the wooden door, he looked inside. Spirit vision could see aura colors through obstacles without spirituality. However, it was highly dependent on one's abilities. Currently, Klein was able to observe through wooden doors, but was stumped by concrete walls. Furthermore, the scenes he could see weren't too clear. In his vision, he saw 3 humanoid auras in the bedroom behind the door. The colors were blurry and were located in different locations. "There are 3 people lying in ambush. Is it to capture Ian or someone else? The bedroom isn't that big." Klein stood in the darkness, calmly considering the results of his observations. At that moment, he suddenly retreated towards the balcony while keeping his footsteps very light. Back at the balcony, Klein took a thin silver slice from his pocket. This was a slumber charm that he had created in an attempt during the afternoon. He didn't pray to the Evernight goddess, but to himself instead. He held a ritual in the name of the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, before entering the world above the gray fog to respond. Since this method was difficult to mobilize the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, Klein could only use his own spirituality to respond. The charms that he made in the end were worse than normal, but better than the ones he made in his own name. After surveying his surroundings again, Klein covered his mouth and whispered a word in ancient Hermes. Crimson. Feeling the chill of the charm, he moved quickly but silently to the door of Zariel's bedroom again. As he held the handle, he injected spirituality into the thin, silver slice. Creak. Klein carefully twisted the handle and opened a tiny crack in the door. Immediately after that, he threw the slumber charm inside. Pulling back his arm, Klein closed the door again and began counting. 3, 2, 1. He abruptly pushed open the door and rolled on the ground. Not sensing any movement from the three people, Klein stood up and, using the crimson moonlight shining through the window, began observing the room. It was a normal furnished bedroom with a bed, a row of closets, a desk, a set of sofas, and a coat rack. On the other side of the bed, a man in a black coat was sleeping soundly. In addition to that, there was one person by the side of the sofa and another in front of the closet. All of them were asleep. After confirming the trio's condition, Klein walked over to the bed and bent down to find a few short, yellowish-brown hair. According to what Ian had written, Detective Zrel was a man with short, yellowish-brown hair. "This should be right," Klein whispered. He grabbed the few strands of hair and sat down on the sofa. He slowly sat in the darkness tainted by the crimson light and planned on using dream divination to find Zrial. Leaning back against the back of the sofa, the corner of his mouth curled up as he made a self-deprecating comment. "Deduction, my good man." Chapter 224, Metaphysics Style Detective. Chapter 224, Metaphysics Style Detective. The dim room was covered in a thin veil of crimson moonlight, and everything was indistinct. The three men in the black coats were sleeping in different spots, and on the sofa, Klein's eyes half blended into the darkness by closing them. It was as if he had entered a deep slumber. His dream was a gray, distorted world, occasionally flashing with brilliance. Finally, the brilliance settled to form a scene. It was a gloomy corner, the ground sloshed with sewage. A man with short brown hair, a white shirt and a brown vest, was leaning against the wall, surrounded by a dense mischief of gray rats. Half of the man's lips had been bitten off, revealing his yellowish teeth and rotten gums. His nose was only stained with blood, mixed with some short hairs, and the flesh on his face had disappeared piece by piece, revealing white bone. White, fat maggots were crawling around everywhere, constantly squirming, and his throat seemed to have been the victim of some wild beast. At least half of it was missing. Klein could just barely make out that this was Zrial Victor Lee. It was nearly impossible to relate him to the mature and handsome man in the black and white photograph he had taken with Ian. Zrial is already dead. In a few days he would probably be gnawed to the point where he would only be bone. He might not even have a complete skeleton left. Klein left the dream and recalled what he had just seen. His past experiences had allowed him to witness similar corpses more calmly. Looking out of the window at the crimson moon, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds and decided to try communicating with the soul of the man in black next to the sofa. During the last few days of preparations, he had concocted a bottle of Amantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. As for Serenity Agent, Klein had no need for it. He was personally capable of invading the dreams of others and forcefully communicating with their souls while maintaining calm and rationale. After setting up a simple altar and letting the quiet and tranquil fragrance waft out to create a half-dreaming state, Klein prayed to himself, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Following that, he entered the world above the gray fog and used more than 2/3 of his spirituality to give a response. When I advance to Sequence 7, such prayers should also allow me to use a little of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, just like my summoning and bestowment rituals. Looking around, Klein made a rough judgment and quickly returned to the real world. He passed through what seemed like a starry sky and a chaotic storm of thoughts, entering the mental plane of the target. There he saw the man's illusory figure floating in midair. "Who sent you to Zreal's home?" Klein looked at him and asked in a deep voice. The man replied in a daze, his illusory eyes vacant. Merceau sent me to wait for the boy named Ian." The light in his spiritual world changed, revealing a lean, capable-looking, dark-skinned man. He was none other than the leader of the group who was chasing Ian on the steam train. As expected, it's him? Klein, who had exhausted so much of his spirituality in responding to the prayer, was beginning to feel exhausted. He hurriedly asked, "Who ordered Merceau?" "No idea. He's an executioner of our Smanger gang. No one can order him other than the boss," the man said blankly. Smanger, the word warrior in the language of the Highlanders. Klein, a pseudo-historian but a true mysticism scholar, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body involuntarily flew out of the storm of thoughts. Not long afterwards, he exited the mediumship and felt his head throbbing. He was in no hurry to leave. He methodically packed up the materials and the short, yellowish-brown hair before opening the oriel window to let in the cold night wind to disperse the smell of the Amantha extract and Eye of the Spirit medication. While this happened, Klein returned to the balcony, locked the door from the inside, and wiped off all the places he had touched. When Zreal's bedroom returned to its original state, he then held his hand to his chest and bowed towards the 3 men who were still sleeping soundly. Straightening his back, Klein put on his gloves and leaped, nimbly flipping out of the oriel window. He stood firmly, tiptoeing in the abnormally tight space. He raised the open window's vertical latch and used a tarot card to hold its bottom. With his clown abilities, he took in the details and adjusted the balance. After a few seconds, Klein slowly pulled back the tarot card, and the vertical latch suddenly stopped in place and didn't fall further. Whoosh! First, he closed the unlatched half of the window. Then he jumped over to the window with a latch. His right hand jerked inward, closing the other half of the window. The speed of the action was so quick that the latch didn't fall down until there was a vibration, accurately inserting itself into the matching hole. Clang! A sound that was difficult to eliminate rang out, like a strong wind slamming onto the surface of the glass. Klein knew that the 3 men in the bedroom were about to awaken. Without further ado, he jumped onto the street. For the current him, the height from the 2nd floor wouldn't pose any danger. It was just that he couldn't maintain his silence when he landed, so he didn't make any obvious noises. Klein quickly left the vicinity as well as Rose Street, but he didn't directly take a rental carriage back to Sherwood Borough's on Mint Street. He turned a few corners and headed to the neighboring East Borough. It was a cold night and the wind sent a biting chill right into his bones. Klein shivered and decided that he would need an additional sweater for his future missions. He decided to buy charcoal on one of the following days and let the fireplace carry out its role. After an unknown period of time, he entered Buckland's East Borough despite not having a map. He had completely relied on instinct. There were only a few gas lamps to be seen in the distance, and if it wasn't for the fact that the dark clouds hadn't covered the crimson moon, Klein believed that many parts of the road would be pitch black. As he was walking, he suddenly saw pairs of eyes appear in the deep darkness in front of him. They came stooping from a distance. They sauntered over from a vague distance away, in silence. Living corpses. Klein came to a sudden halt. He reached out for his Requiem charm and tarot cards, and he quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw the unhealthy and weak-colored auras and saw the faces of the numerous figures. These were all living people. Normal living people with numbed expressions, vacant eyes, and weak movements. There were both men and women. It's almost midnight. Why are they still walking on the streets? Confused, Klein warily leaned to one side, passing the group on the sidewalk. But soon he came across a second wave, a third wave. All of them had the same pain amidst numbness. He frowned slightly, and just as he was about to move forward to inquire, he suddenly heard a shout ahead. "Get up! All of you get up! You sons of bitches! The streets and parks aren't for people like you to sleep in." Klein was startled. Then the corresponding term poor law popped up in his mind, and he understood what was going on. He had experienced the same thing himself. Phew. Klein exhaled, picked up the pace, and headed for his one-bedroom house on Black Palm Street in the East Borough. There he slept for 2 hours. After recovering some of his spirituality, he went out again and broke a withered branch to serve as a dowsing rod. The location of Zuriel's corpse. The location of Zuriel's corpse. After repeated divinations, Klein walked for a long time with the help of the short, yellowish-brown hair until he arrived at a corner of East Borough where there was a sewer entrance. 12 years ago, after the Great Plague, the Lowen Kingdom gradually built up an advanced sewer system in the capital, and in one fell swoop surpassed Roselle's heritage of the Intis Republic. Moving the manhole cover out the way, Klein held his breath and climbed down the vertical metal stairs. Since his clothes weren't specially made, he was unable to bring too many items due of the lack of pockets. He hadn't brought Kellogg's oil, which he had learned about from Fry. Klein felt especially regretful for not having brought the refreshing and odor-dispelling Kellogg's oil. 10 seconds later, Klein's feet touched the sticky ground. The feeling of filth caused fine goosebumps to pop up over his arms and body. However, he could only endure it and continue walking forward, venturing deeper into the empty and quiet sewer. There was a fork in the road ahead, one which was relatively hidden. A thick, pungent smell wafted over from there. Klein turned around and walked to the end, where he saw a dense number of spirituality light dots and aura colors. Without needing to use a candle, he activated his spirit vision and directly saw that in the dark corner there was a rotten corpse that had been bitten to pieces. This was the exact same scene he had seen in the dream divination. Squeak! The densely packed gray rats scampered in every direction, but there were also some who stayed where they were, unwilling to leave and part with their food. After confirming that it was Zuriel, Klein hesitated for a moment before quickly setting up a mediumship ritual. Hooey. If there's nothing wrong with Ian's description, and Zuriel died only a few days ago, I should be able to get some rough information by channeling his spirit, he thought confidently. Whoosh! As the wind swirled and the wall of spirituality was set up, all the rats fled, and Klein proceeded with his ritual as he had done before. The cause of Zuriel's death. The cause of Zuriel's death. As he recited the words, Klein's eyes turned black. His pupils and the whites of his eyes disappeared. He quickly used cogitation to enter a dream. However, nothing appeared in that misty, illusory world. Klein opened his eyes, frowning slightly as he made his judgment. The channeling failed. Someone has dealt with Suriel's spirit. A Beyonder was involved in this. The fact that someone was able to disguise as Zuriel, making the other detectives unable to see through him, also proves this point. After some deliberation, Klein came to a decision. It was to end this matter here and not get involved any further. Regardless, he had fulfilled the requirements of the job that he was entrusted with. "I'll get Ian to call the police," he muttered, as he put away the materials and removed the wall of spirituality. Chapter 225, Unnoticeable Guidance. Klein backed up from the fork in the path without touching Zuriel's corpse. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the distance through the empty sewers. Klein listened for a few seconds before decisively retreating towards the exit, down the dirty concrete road that ran along both sides of the sewage channel. There was no need to take risks in matters that didn't involve him. Klein closed the iron manhole cover after he climbed out of the sewers. After ensuring that the surrounding area looked normal, he returned to his rented room in the East Borough and changed out of his disguise. Then he put on his gold-rimmed glasses, walked to another street, took a rented carriage, and returned to Cherwood Borough in the silence and cold of 3 in the morning. However, he didn't return to Minsk Street. Then Klein made another huge detour, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he enter his house. He slept till dawn and was woken up by the doorbell. He sat up immediately, put on his shirt, buttoned his vest, and hurried down to the first floor to open the door. Avantse. And even before that, his premonition ability as a clown was already capable of naturally forming the image of the visitor in his mind. The visitor was wearing an old coat, a brown round hat, and a tattered satchel. He had bright red eyes, a delicate face, and a quiet temperament. It was none other than Ian, the teenage boy who had come to entrust him with a job yesterday. "Good morning, Detective Moriarty," Ian greeted him and looked around. "Any progress?" "Yeah, I'm only asking because I happened to pass by." Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes." Ian seemed shocked as he didn't say a word for quite a while. After a while, he stammered in surprise. "Have you determined Mr. Zuriel's condition?" "Yes." Klein paused for a moment, then said seriously, "I found Zuriel's corpse." "Corpse?" Ian's pupils shrank as he repeated it in a low tone. He wasn't too surprised, as if he had already expected the worst possible outcome. Klein watched silently without interjecting. "Sigh," Ian exhaled and warily surveyed his surroundings. "Your efficiency is amazing. Can you take me to see Mr. Zuriel's body?" "No problem. In fact, that's what I was planning to do." Klein then thought for a moment before saying, "I hope you won't mention me when you call the police. Just say that you found the corpse yourself. I believe you know how to make up a reason." Ian wasn't surprised. He knew that not every detective liked to deal with the police. In fact, except for the very famous detectives, who often gave advice to the police with mutual cooperation, the rest were discriminated against, ostracized, and even extorted from. This was the current situation of the Lowen Kingdom. "All right," Ian readily agreed. Considering that they were entering the sewers, Klein changed into a set of clothes worn by the common working class, put on a deer-hunting cap, and took a lantern with him. Both of them took the public carriage to the East Borough. They walked for half an hour to reach the remote sewer entrance under the watchful gazes filled with numbness and malicious intent. "How did you find it?" Ian asked, half surprised and half curious, as he watched Klein lift the manhole cover and climb down. Klein focused on the area beneath him and answered casually, "Skillful training, which includes many techniques in reasoning, investigation, tracking, and interrogation. Ian followed him into the sewers. He nodded without looking disgusted. You seem to have received very professional training. Klein didn't answer him directly. He held the already lit lantern and led Ian to the fork in the path, where they arrived at the gloomy corner. He narrowed his eyes as he approached. More of Zuriel's body was missing now when compared to the previous night. He was missing an arm and half of his ribs. That's not something a rat can do, Klein muttered to himself and didn't inform Ian of this. With the help of the lantern's light, Ian was able to clearly see the corpse's appearance. He squatted down suddenly, vomited, and gradually vomited yellow-green bile. Klein took out the Quelaag's oil he prepared, unscrewed the cap, and bent over to place the mouth close to Ian's nose. Ian's eyes lit up, and he calmed down. Nearly 20 seconds later, he weakly whispered, "Thank you." He stood up slowly and examined the mutilated corpse a few more times. "I can confirm that this is Detective Srel." "My condolences," Klein replied out of politeness. "I suggest you call the police." "Okay." Ian nodded indiscernibly as he followed Klein back to the surface. At that moment, Klein clapped his hands. "This is the end of my mission. As for what should be done after this, that is up to you." Ian fell silent for a few seconds. "I still owe you 3 matters. You can tell me now." "Actually, I can only think of one at the moment," Klein answered frankly. "I want to know where I can get a gun and bullets without needing a full-class weapon permit." Ian spoke almost without thinking. "Go to Braveheart's bar at Iron Gate Street in the Backland Bridge District. Find Kaspars Kalinin. Tell him old geezer introduced you. All right, let's talk about the other 2 matters in the future. I have a feeling that we'll meet again." Klein deliberately nodded casually. Ian gave him a look but didn't say anything. The two split up and headed down different streets in the East Borough. The secluded spot, once again, regained its silence. After walking for a while, Klein suddenly turned around and retraced his steps. He then hid himself in a secluded corner, peeking at the entrance to the sewer. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, he saw Ian return silently as he looked around warily. Klein withdrew his gaze in a timely manner, leaned his back against the wall, and listened. He heard the scraping sound of the manhole cover being removed and heard someone climbing down. Carefully poking his head out, Klein discovered that Ian had re-entered the sewers. Was there a clue or something on Zuriel's body? Indeed, this matter goes deeper than it seems. He nodded thoughtfully. Having satisfied his curiosity, Klein decided to leave for real and planned to seek out Kaspars 2 days later. At tea time, Viscount Glaint was in his home situated in Empress Borough. The door to the study was tightly shut, separating the 4 people inside from the participating guests in the salon outside. "Shio, Force, this is the reward the 2 of you deserve." Dressed in a pale yellow lace dress, Audrey pushed a bulging envelope across the desk to the 2 ladies sitting opposite her. Shio wanted to say something polite, but her hand had reached for the envelope faster than her mouth. Feeling the weight of the money, she could only say sincerely, "Miss Audrey, thank you for your generosity. Your honesty makes you look even more beautiful." As she spoke, she untied the thin string around the envelope and saw the bills inside. It was uniform gray paper money with black stripes. The stack was thick and exuded a special smell of ink, one that left one feeling refreshed. £10. Shio took one note out and checked its face value. Beside her, Force, who appeared lazy and unbothered by money, had also leaned over. "This is at least..." Observing the thickness, Shio tried to figure out how many notes there were. She couldn't help but exchange looks with Force and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Yeah, this was obviously a lot more than they had imagined. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "A total of £800. Decide how you will split the money between the two of you. I'm very sorry that this matter had placed you in danger." £800. No, there's no need to apologize. Even if we had to do it again and knew of the possible consequences, I would still accept the request. Even if it's divided evenly with my savings, it's enough to buy the potion formula for Sheriff. Shio, who was slightly taller than 150 centimeters, stared blankly at the notes in the envelope, wishing she could pull them all out and count them over and over again. She believed that the generous and beautiful Miss Audrey wouldn't pay them any less, but what if she had made a mistake counting? Everyone makes mistakes at times. Shio raised her right hand, paused for a few seconds, then silently lowered it. The corners of Force's lips couldn't help but rise as she said wistfully, "This is even more than the royalties I've received for my Stormwind Mountain Villa so far. Should I praise Miss Audrey or laugh at the poverty of an author?" she added silently. Viscount Glaint, who was sitting on the sofa, was also a little envious, but it wasn't directed at Shio or Force. As a Viscount with a fairly good financial situation, £800 wasn't a large sum. What he envied was Audrey's ability to hand out money without feeling the slightest burden. Ahem. Viscount Glaint cleared his throat. "If you can get the formula for apothecary, I will also provide you with substantial payment." "We'll do our best," Shio answered without any hesitation. Then she looked at Audrey. "We've recently come into contact with someone who's suspected to be from the psychology alchemists, and we'll soon have clues regarding the spectator potion you're looking for." "Shio, I'm already at Sequence 8. Far stronger than you." Audrey smiled in a reserved manner as she said, "I'm looking forward to it." With that said, the four began chatting about various rumors among the Beyonder circles while following Audrey's example of finding books they wished to read. Suddenly, Shio's eyes lit up as she saw two hardcover books, History of the Lowen Kingdom's Aristocracy and Study of the Coat of Arms. Meanwhile, Force also found books that interested her. Geography and People of the Feysac Empire and How Traveling the Northern Continent. Honorable Viscount Glaint, may I borrow these two books? I'll return them soon." Shio looked pleadingly at the owner of the study. Glaint nodded without much care. "No problem." At his response, Force hurriedly made a request as well, and similarly obtained his approval. "Hoy." The corners of Audrey's mouth curved into a faint smile as she witnessed all of this. She looked modestly to the side, pretending to be looking for a book. As a qualified spectator who had just advanced, she had accurately grasped Shio's and Force's preferences in certain domains after being in contact with them multiple times. Thus, she had made arrangements in advance without anyone realizing it. Letting the one being guided feel like it was done out of their own will was a manifestation of the powers of a spectator. In the evening, Shio was curled up on the sofa in front of the fireplace, reading History of the Lowen Kingdom's Aristocracy under the gas lamp's illumination. Force had gone for a gathering meant for authors. After reading for quite a while, Shio suddenly felt something strange about the hardback cover, so she carefully examined it and found an interlayer where an ancient piece of paper was hidden inside. The front side of the paper was covered with the special symbols created by Emperor Roselle, and on the back was a paragraph written in ancient Hermes. Viscount Glaint's ancestors deciphered some of Emperor Roselle's special symbols. Shio was suddenly excited. She struggled to decipher the ancient Hermes as she muttered silently, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Chapter 226. The terrified Shio, Sherwood Borough. 15 Minsk Street. A satiated Klein sat in a reclining chair in the living room, beside a fireplace burning with charcoal. In a warm environment akin to summer, Klein wore a white shirt, a black vest, and thin trousers, while having a newspaper spread open in front of him as he flipped through the section with the most ads. A new type of transportation vehicle is in urgent need for investments. Details to be discussed in person. Klein read the advertisement twice before picking up a pencil from a small, dark red table to his side and circled the message. If there were no commissions tomorrow or the day after, he planned on seeing if this so-called new type of transportation vehicle had any investment value. Such matters were impossible to divine since there was a lack of sufficient information. "I hope it's a product similar to a bicycle," Klein mumbled to himself, before suddenly hearing an illusory prayer echo in his ears. "Who is it? Miss Justice? Mr. Hanged Man? The Sun? Or some clerk at the Backlund Bank is copying my passcode?" Thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he put down the newspaper, returned to his bedroom, and locked the door behind him. Taking 4 steps counterclockwise, he entered the world above the gray fog. He saw that to the side of the fool's seat and by the edge of the ancient mottled bronze table was a clear and bright brilliance that emitted waves of radiance. The experienced Klein calmly sat down and emanated his spirituality, touching the light ripples of light in response to the prayer. The scene in front of his eyes suddenly changed. It was a blurry sofa with a petite woman in a knight's trainee uniform curled up on it. "She's not copying my passcode. She's reading a piece of paper." Klein suddenly realized the reason for this. "She should be one of the 2 Beyonders that Miss Justice mentioned that requires my vetting." After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Klein didn't give any form of formal response. He planned on taking the next step deep at night. He would then test her reaction, attitude, and way of handling things to test her personality and abilities. Of course, he would absolutely not force others to join the Tarot Club. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Shio, who had just finished chanting the ancient Hermes sentence, froze for a few seconds. Then she suddenly straightened her back and sat up straight. "This seems to be the honorary name of a hidden existence." She realized this in horror. Furthermore, her knowledge in mysticism and the various rumors she had heard told her that once someone recited the full honorary name of a hidden existence, it would often attract the attention of said existence. The consequences of such attention was mostly misfortune, or could even be described as tragic. Quite a few of those hidden beings were the incarnations of the evil gods and devils. Furthermore, I recited it in ancient Hermes, completely unprotected. I'm so dumb. Why did I focus so much effort in identifying the sentence and actually read it in my head? Shio looked around in horror, terrified that an indescribable monster would suddenly appear in her house. The sofa, tea table, cupboard, dining table, chairs, oil painting, and other items were all reflected in her eyes without any changes. After nearly a minute of heightened vigilance, Shio relaxed a little and comforted herself. "Don't worry. Don't be afraid. I just said the honorable name and didn't follow up with a prayer. This is an incomplete ceremony, so it shouldn't attract any attention. Moreover, there's a good chance that the name might have been translated by the owner of the paper based on the special symbols left behind by Emperor Roselle. It might not be correct. But I heard that if the evil gods and devils generate interest, they would still provide a response, even if the ceremony is incomplete. I'm so stupid, really." As she thought over the matter, Shio's face scrunched up into a grimace. She felt that she had made a grave mistake. After waiting for a few more minutes, she slowly exhaled as she puffed out her cheeks when she realized that there was no obvious response. She stuffed the piece of paper back into the history of the Lowen Kingdom's aristocracy as she entered the bathroom with a heavy heart. She turned on the faucet and tried to use the cold water to clear her head. Splash! As nearly transparent water flowed down, Shio hunched her back and reached out her palms to cup some water. Just as she was about to dab the cold water onto her face, she spotted a long, slightly curly brown hair in the mirror through the corner of her eye. As for her, she had shoulder-length, unkempt yellow hair. Suddenly, Shio's hair stood on end. She stomped on the ground, and with a push of her hands, she shot backwards, turning her body halfway around and slamming the entity with her elbow. Pow! She leaned against a warm body, causing the other party to let out a familiar scream before falling to the ground. Shio stopped any subsequent actions and looked at her good friend who was hugging her stomach in pain, tears in her eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched without her realizing it as she said, "Force, when did you get back?" Force didn't reply immediately. It took her quite a while to get over the pain. As she slowly stood up, using the wall as a support, she grumbled, "I just got back. Shio, are you nuts? Why did you attack me without even looking clearly? And you hit me so hard." "Where did you come in from?" Shio asked awkwardly. "Through the bathroom window. Why, is there a problem?" "As an apprentice, it's normal to not bring a key with me," Force replied matter-of-factly. Shio straightened her back and pushed away all responsibility. "Then why didn't you go through the door? You really gave me a fright just now." Force blinked her eyes and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to make one big round. That's too troublesome. I'm used to walking in a straight line." She paused as she asked suspiciously, "However, wasn't your reaction a bit too much?" Shio struggled for 3 seconds, choosing between losing her dignity or losing her life, before answering honestly, It's because I made a mistake. A fatal mistake." "What mistake?" Force asked, rubbing her belly as she felt puzzled and concerned. Shio hurriedly recounted the whole story of how she had discovered the interlayer in the book's cover and found an old piece of paper in it. Then she had accidentally recited the suspected incantation in ancient Hermes silently. What she had recited seemed to contain the honorable name of some hidden existence. Where's your brain? It should be fine. The ceremony wasn't complete, and who knows if it's real or fake." Force looked around, and for some baffling reason, she felt a chill. She followed Shio back to the living room and saw the yellowed sheet of paper, as well as Roselle's special symbols, and the sentence that was written in ancient Hermes. After a quick glance, Force, the professional researcher in mysticism, nodded and said, "It's not any of the evil gods, devils, and secret existences that I know of. It should be fine. Furthermore, nothing has happened up till now. That means that everything should be fine." Seeing Shio relax, she thought of the pain in her stomach, so she deliberately added maliciously, "Of course, if something were to really happen, there's no way we can rescue ourselves with our meager abilities." Shio's face paled as she blurted out, "Force, let's sleep together tonight. Forget it. I'll just sleep on my own." Force pricked up her brows and chuckled. "All right. In fact, you don't have to worry about it. Think about it. I hear strange murmurs whenever there's a full moon, but I don't see any signs me going mad or losing control. Well, we should study the other 3 books. If there's the same piece of paper and the same incantation, it means that it's very likely to be a prank from Viscount Glaint." The duo hurriedly flipped through Study of the Coat of Arms and the other books, and checked them carefully, but they didn't find anything else out of the ordinary. Shio looked at Force, who looked back at her, turning the mood somber again. "Should we sneak into St. Samuel Cathedral's nave tonight?" Shio came up with an inspired suggestion. That was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernite Goddess in the Backland Diocese. "Why not St. Hireland Cathedral? I don't think the Evernite Goddess will protect me," Force subconsciously replied. That was the headquarters of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, which was located in the St. George Borough, adjacent to many huge factories in the southeast. The two ladies with different faiths fell silent again, and after a while Force sighed and said, "And that would make us end up being targeted by the Nighthawks or the Machinery hive mind. That might be the goal of that hidden existence." "All right, go to sleep. We'll know the answer tomorrow morning. If nothing happens by then, it means that it'll really be okay." In the middle of the night, the waxing crimson moon was obscured by clouds and the stars were barely visible in the sky above Backlund. Klein instinctively woke up, lifted his blanket, got off the bed, and entered the world above the gray fog. He sat down on the high back chair that belonged to the fool. He planned on responding to Miss Justice's companion and proceed with the examination process. At that moment, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps he could try and see if he could pull her into the world above the gray fog under the present circumstances. The young lady must have fallen asleep, and even if I succeed, she would probably treat it as a dream that appears clearer than usual. If I succeed, I can sever the connection in a timely manner to prevent her from seeing her surroundings clearly. After repeatedly deliberating over the matter, Klein stretched out his hand and tapped at the rippling ring of light to form a connection with it. Suddenly, Klein felt his spirituality surge out in an unstoppable manner, causing the mysterious space above the gray fog to tremble slightly. Just when Klein thought that his spirituality would be completely drained, everything calmed down. A blurry, distorted figure appeared at the edge of the long bronze table. In her reverie, Shio opened her eyes sleepily and saw the endless fog, the ancient high back chair, and a dark figure watching her. Klein was overjoyed and immediately severed the connection according to his plan. The hazy, petite figure disappeared, but within the grayish-white mist, a crimson, illusory star appeared. Klein looked at this scene and confirmed one thing. As long as someone chanted his name, he would be able to pull that person into the world above the gray fog. The crimson star was a symbol of a stable connection. However, there are certain limitations. With my current strength, at most, I can establish another connection. Based on my previous experiences, my current spirituality can only pull in beyonders who are a sequence higher than me, and it won't necessarily be a success. It's just a preliminary judgment, so it shouldn't be a problem if it's someone at the same sequence as me or lower, Klein thought, feeling satisfied. There was no need for him to respond. His attempt was already enough. Shio sat up in her sleep. She had been worrying about the potential dangers of chanting an honorary name the entire time. Not long after she fell asleep, she dreamed of a mysterious space and a gray, foggy figure looking down on her from above. The dream was so clear that Shio felt afraid. She looked at the sleeping Force beside her and thought with a tremble, "Is it a nightmare caused by fear, or is it because of the attention I garnered from some hidden existence, resulting in being haunted by evil spirits?" Yes, there's going to be a gathering of Beyonders tomorrow night. In addition to buying the formula, I need to find a person who is good at exorcising evil spirits to purify myself. Chapter 227. Inventor Leopard. Sitting at his own dining table on a foggy morning, Klein broke up his specially bought wheat bread and soaked it in milk, improving the way he ate it. Although his body had changed a long time ago, his pursuit and obsession with delicacies were engraved into his soul. He was completely unable to adapt to the Loan Kingdom's monotonous and repetitive style of breakfast. He could only try his best at experimenting. He tried not to limit himself to toast, bread, bacon, sausages, and butter. He tried hard to expand the boundaries and improve the way he ate. For example, his recipes had new additions such as pork-filled pastries from the south, Fena Potter noodles, and roasted corn pastries. Caviar from the Faysac Empire isn't bad either, but it's too expensive. It's only suitable for formal meals. Klein scooped up a small piece of wheat bread he had softened and put it in his mouth. Just by chewing it a little, he could feel the intertwining flavors of milk with the fragrance of wheat. The aftertaste of the bread was even sweeter. After breakfast, Klein put down his cutlery, but he was in no hurry to tidy up the table. He picked up the newspapers and began to read. "I'll do a divination in a while. If there's nothing else to do, I'll pay Mr. Leopard a visit at St. George Borough's Surd Street and see if his new transportation vehicle is worth investing in. Backlund is really big. Every borough is almost the size of Tingen City. The East Borough is especially ridiculous. It's at least twice as large. The easiest and most economical way to travel is to walk, followed by the steam metro, before walking again. It's just quite a waste of time." Klein's mind wandered aimlessly. Backlund's public horse carriage system was rather similar to Tingen's. The price was about the same, but the only problem was that most of them were confined to a single borough. If one wanted to go from Cherwood to St. George, a few transfers were needed, and that would naturally raise the price. Such a situation made the prospects for a new transportation vehicle very alluring. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, knocks on the door sounded. It was as loud as the pounding of a hammer. Who is it? Don't they know how to ring the doorbell? He muttered a few words, straightened his collar, walked to the door, and pulled it open. In front of him was a familiar face. It was the Highlander man who had chased Ian at the steam metro. His skin was dark, his eye sockets recessed, and he was lean and hardy man. According to Klein's mediumship results, the man's name was Murso, an executioner of the Zmanger gang, who was almost equal to the boss. "Excuse me, who are you looking for? Do you have a commission to entrust with me?" Klein deliberately acted somewhat confused. Mersault was wearing a black coat and a pompous silk hat, but he didn't look anything like a gentleman at all. He coldly sized Klein up. Then he asked in Loan, with a thick Highlander accent, "Are you Detective Sherlock Moriarty?" "Yes," Klein replied, short and sweet. Mersault nodded his head stiffly. "I want to hire you to find someone. We can talk about the exact situation inside." Klein prevented himself from acting odd in any way. Mersault shook his head coldly. "There's no need." After saying that, his eyes suddenly became sharp. "The person I'm looking for is called Ian. Ian Wright. He has a pair of bright red eyes, maybe 15 or 16. He likes to wear a brown old coat and a round hat of the same color. I believe you know him." Klein let out a soft chuckle. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mersault seemed to ignore Klein's denial. "He's a thief who has stolen an important item from me. If you can find him, you'll be paid at least 10 pounds. "You've provided too few clues." Klein made up an excuse. 30 pounds. Mersault made a new offer. Klein glanced at him and said, "No, this is against my principle of confidentiality." 50 pounds, Mersault replied coldly. "I'm sorry, I cannot accept the mission." Klein was startled for 2 seconds, but in the end he still chose to reject the request. Merceau studied him slowly for a few seconds as his eyes slowly turned cold and fierce. He didn't offer a new price, nor did he politely bid farewell. He turned around abruptly and walked quickly to the end of the street. This gang has pretty good intelligence. They actually know that Ian had come to me once. Klein secretly sighed, full of emotion, but he didn't feel too much anxiety or fear. After all, I'm someone who once directly faced the son of an evil god, although it was separated by a belly. As he thought about it, his smile suddenly became brilliant. He began flipping a coin to decide whether or not he was going out today. The answer was positive. St. George Borough, 3rd Street. Having transferred from a tracked public carriage to the steam metro, before transferring to a trackless carriage, Klein finally arrived at his destination, spending a total of 11 pence. Just after he alighted the carriage, he discovered that a drizzle had already started, but he hadn't brought an umbrella. According to the newspapers and magazines, this is a daily occurrence in Backlund. The reason why hats are popular is that ladies and gentlemen don't carry umbrellas all the time. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and briskly ran outside Unit 9 and used the eaves to shield himself from the rain. He brushed off the obvious water droplets from his body and rang the doorbell. However, he didn't hear any cuckoo sounds or tinkling sounds. Is the doorbell broken? Klein was just about to raise his hand to knock when he suddenly saw footsteps approaching from afar. The image of the person naturally appeared in his mind. It was a tall, thin man with black hair and blue eyes. He was in his 30s and was dressed in grayish-blue worker attire, but he appeared gentle and refined. Creak. The door opened. The gentleman rubbed his forehead and asked, "May I know who you are looking for? Is there something?" Klein took off his hat and bowed slightly. "I'm here to find Mr. Leopard. I'm interested in his new transportation vehicle." The gentleman's eyes suddenly lit up. "I'm Leopard. Come in, please." He turned to the side and allowed Klein entry. However, there was no coat rack in the foyer. Klein could only lean his cane and not take off his coat. He followed Leopard into the living room. It had to be said that the gentleman's house was very messy. On the coffee table in the living room alone were many mechanical objects, such as wrenches, bearings, and screwdrivers. "How much do you wish to invest?" "Ah, right. Would you like some coffee or black tea?" It seems I'm out of black tea," Leopard blurted out. This gentleman is a bit straightforward and doesn't seem to be very good at interpersonal relationships. A thought flashed through Klein's mind, and he changed the words he planned on saying. He went straight to the point. "I've to see your new transportation vehicle before I make a decision. I can't make any promises without understanding anything." As he spoke, he looked around and saw a triangular, sacred emblem hanging on the wall. That was the symbol of the god of steam and machinery. The solid triangle was filled with symbols such as steam, gears, and levers. Leopard wasn't irritated by Klein's straightforwardness. He immediately said, "I'll show you." As soon as he said that, he slapped his head. "I almost forgot. We have to sign a non-disclosure agreement to ensure that you don't steal my invention." "Mr. Leopard, you don't have a very good memory either." Klein smiled and said, "That wouldn't be an issue." After signing the simple contract, Leopard led Klein into a room that seemed like an activity room. He had knocked through the neighboring guest room and basement, making it much wider and spacious. The ground was littered with components, and a rough object that was half the height of a man, that resembled a carriage, stood in the center. In addition to that, the line of the doorbell was connected there and was cleverly constructed. As long as someone pulled the rope, a steel ball would pop out from the mechanism, allowing it to roll along a special track before colliding with the object in the center to produce a clanging sound. The sound certainly wasn't too loud, but it was enough to rouse Leopard, who was engrossed in machinery. "Is that the new form of transportation you invented?" Klein pointed to the crude object in the middle of the room. "Yes, I invented it based on Emperor Rosel's imagination," he replied with a fervent look in his eyes. "Emperor Rosel's imagination?" Klein asked in surprise. Leopard explained in a tone of adoration. "Emperor Rosel left behind a number of manuscripts in which he drew his vision of the machines of the future. He was an outstanding genius. No, a master. Many things have already been turned into reality. Heh heh. This manuscript is kept in the church of the god of steam and machinery. There's no way for non-pious believers to borrow them. Emperor, are you still leaving no stones unturned for others?" Klein's mouth twitched, almost unable to maintain his smile. "Describe it in detail." He changed the subject. Leopard led Klein to the crude metallic object and opened the door. "This is a transportation tool that doesn't need a horse. The driver sits in the front left seat, continuously stepping on the pedals. Through the levers and a chain connects to the four wheels, allowing the vehicle to roll forward. And on the wheels I used inflated rubber, which can make the journey smooth. So it's a human-powered car," Klein couldn't help but lampoon. He said with some deliberation, "With such a huge carriage and at least 4 passengers, it would be impossible to travel that far just by relying on human strength alone. That's exactly my next goal, to reduce the weight and expand the lever a few times. However, my financial situation isn't at its best. I can't fund any more attempts." Leopard looked hopefully at Klein. "Why not consider other methods, such as using steam as the driving force?" Klein slowly organized his words. Leopard shook his head. "There have been people who have invented that, but it has a very huge body, making it difficult to drive it along many streets." That was exactly what Klein was waiting for. "Then, why don't you just do something simpler? For example, have only 2 wheels with only 1 person without an outer shell." "You mean something like a bicycle?" Leopard asked in thought. "Rosel's manuscript has that?" Klein nodded heavily. "Yes. Those bicycles, which other people have invented, aren't very practical. Simplifying this seems like it might work. It will really seem different. But who would buy it?" Leopard said to himself. Klein didn't hesitate to provide him with a direction. "The postman, the working class who have a bit of savings, the businessman who doesn't need to look respectable while hoping to save money. There are many of them in Backland." Leopard thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I can try, but I don't have the money for spare parts. I'll invest 100 gold pounds. In addition to my suggestion just now, I'll take a total of..." Klein hesitated to say 10% of the shares. 15% was better. After all, 100 pounds was, strictly speaking, not much. "You can have 35% of the shares, but that's only limited to the bicycle concept you described." Leopard spoke out first, afraid that Klein would make an unreasonable request. "Deal," Klein immediately laughed. "We'll first draw up a simple contract and settle this matter. Afterwards, I'll find a lawyer to make a formal contract and add some detailed terms. For example, if there's anyone else who wants to invest, they must first get my consent." "No problem," Leopard replied impatiently. All he wanted was to buy his spare parts as soon as possible. In the gloominess brought about by the drizzle, Klein returned to Sherwood Borough's Minsk Street. He entered the house and went straight to the bathroom on the first floor and resolved the problem of his bloated stomach. Splash! As the water echoed, Klein bent down to wash his hands. At that moment, an image appeared in his mind. The mirror in front of the sink reflected his lowered head, dim surroundings, and a pair of eyes to his side. A pair of eyes. Chapter 228, The Mastermind. Almost instinctively, Klein bent his knees and rolled sideways toward the bathroom door. Sue. A small, black-feathered arrow stabbed into the wash basin. The arrow seemed to be made of bone and suffused a blue luster. It was extremely beautiful. If Klein had hesitated in any way, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape this sudden attack. After rolling for a moment, Klein reached into his pocket and attempted to pull out a few tarot cards. But at that moment, he felt a gust of wind engulf him. Through the corner of his eyes, he saw a black figure quickly closing in on him at high speeds. It appeared in front of him in an extraordinary pose as he tightened his foot and kicked out from bottom to top. Realizing that he couldn't avoid the attack, Klein quickly gave up on his previous intentions and used his elbow to block the attack. With a bang, he felt his entire left arm go numb, and his body was yanked over, just like in the sport squash that the middle class loved to play the most, or like a soccer ball that was now popular among the lower class. What immense strength! Klein's heart tightened. Without being flustered, he adjusted his body in midair and changed his posture, barely maintaining his balance as if he was performing acrobatics. Paw, paw, paw! At this moment, a tree bark-colored blowpipe had just landed on the floor of the bathroom and bounced behind the door at a declining speed. Just as Klein was about to stretch out his body to firmly stand and face the follow-up attack, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. The speed of the enemy in black far exceeded his expectations, arriving even faster than he had expected. He lowered his body and swung his arm, striking him in the chest. In the blink of an eye, Klein's body bent over, spinning half a circle more, like a small ball that kept falling and kept being thrown around. Pow! He stretched out his hand and pressed it to the ground, opening his legs like scissors while keeping his head low. It made black-clothed man's fist miss as it tore through empty space. The fist that was originally aimed at his chest could only hit his legs after Klein turned his body, but his legs were opened wide. Pushing up, his legs closed in together, allowing Klein to leap nimbly to the side as he finally managed to stand up straight. Pow! Before he had the chance to observe his enemy, the black figure had already arrived in front of him, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. What a fast reaction! Klein quickly lifted his arms up in front of him to block. With a dull thud, he felt as if he had collided with a black bear. Failing to withstand the immense force, he could only stagger backward, his arms almost turning numb in the process. At the same time, Klein finally recognized his attacker. He had dark skin, a lean and hardy build with recessed eye sockets. He was none other than the executioner of the Smanger gang, Mersol, the person who had come to see Detective Moriarty in the morning. Paw, paw, paw. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Mersol closely pursued after him as he flung both of his arms, delivering left hooks or right punches in a barrage of attacks at Klein. The gap between Klein's strength and that of his opponent was obvious. He was unable to face him head-on, and he had to rely on his agility and premonitory senses to barely avoid the combo of punches. No, I have to make full use of my advantages. With a similar thought, Klein stopped engaging in melee combat. He lowered his body and rolled to the side. Crack! A chair was torn apart by Mersol's kick. Klein supported his body with one hand as he exerted strength in his waist and continued rolling in a bid to seek a chance to use his tarot cards and self-made charms. Tap, tap, tap. Mersault caught up quickly and kicked out his legs, one after another, that was in no way slower than his opponent. He was like a giant bear with the gift of agility and had 0 weaknesses. He made it so that the rolling Klein was only capable of focusing on dodging and defending, without giving him the chance to draw his cards or use his charms. Katcha, bam, bam. A chair was broken, the table overturned, the coat rack toppled, and Klein had circled most of the way around, but his situation was turning dire. I can't go on like this. He kept dodging, rolling and tumbling, seeking every opportunity to turn the situation around. Suddenly, an idea came to him when he spotted the coffee table in the living room through the corner of his eyes. Bam! Klein defended a blow with one arm as jumped back towards the living room while enduring the pain. At this moment, Meursault's leg muscles bulged suddenly like they were inflated with air. Boom! He stepped on the ground so hard that it seemed to shake, and he jumped up and shot at Klein like a bullet, with one of his legs aimed at him. Klein barely managed to hold on for a moment before being sent flying again, crashing through the coffee table with a clang, sending the ceramic tea set flying towards the cupboard, scattering the round fountain pens, the contract template, and the various newspapers on the floor. Seeing that the detective in the black double-breasted coat was weakened from the impact and momentarily unable to stand up or roll, a fierce glint flashed in Meursault's eyes. He slid forward, pushing his knee out amidst the shattering sounds of the porcelain. Klein's eyes turned dark as he watched this scene. He was already holding a contract template in his hands. He had fled to the coffee table in the living room, ignoring the warnings his premonition was giving him, solely to pick up a contract template or newspaper. When he saw Meursault's knee coming at him, Klein's wrist shook. At that moment, a scene appeared in his mind once again, a scene with Meursault's neck twisted backward. Sue. Klein slightly pressed his wrist, shaking out the contract template in his hand. Sue. The contract was like a dart made of fine steel as it shot at Meursault's throat. At that moment, the distance between the two of them was less than a meter. Moreover, as Meursault closed in, the distance between them was decreasing. A white item was reflected in Meursault's eyes as he instinctively tried to jump back to dodge it. Oof! The contract stabbed right through Meursault's throat, penetrating his windpipe. Blood, with patches of bubbling blood, gushed out as Meursault fell in front of Klein, his knees heavily hitting the ground. Huff! 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 He pulled out the bloodied contract template and clutched his throat. Phew! However, he was unable to stop the blood from flowing out of his wound, and his eyes gradually became unfocused. In the end, his body twitched a few times, and he stopped moving. Klein took a moment to recover before he had the strength to turn around and stand up. He had a few tarot cards between his fingers, on guard against possible counterattacks and other enemies. After activating his spirit vision and confirming that his assailant was dead, Klein looked around and didn't see any other auras. Only then did he relax a little. He noticed that 2 of the chairs were broken. The coffee table was smashed up in several spots, and porcelain was strewn all over the floor. The entire living room, dining room, and foyer were in a mess. Lowering his head, he saw that the sleeves of his suit had been damaged and that the outer layer of the cloth had been stained with a great deal of dust. Suddenly, Klein said softly in a self-deprecating manner, "There's no way to claim reimbursement for this. Ha 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 ha." He laughed as if he had encountered something that could amuse him for the rest of his life. He laughed so hard that his body bent forward and backward, to the point where only his laughter reverberated in the entire house. A few seconds later, Klein stopped smiling and walked to the corpse with a heavy expression. He wanted to make the dead speak. Being familiar with the mediumship ritual and answering his own prayers, Klein took a whiff of the refreshing fragrance and used the technique of dream divination to whisper, "The mastermind who sent Meursault on this mission." Soon, his eyes turned black as he entered a dream and saw a gray blur. Suddenly, the gray and blurry world and lit figures changed, forming numerous scenes and images before him. In front of Mersault was a middle-aged man without a hat. His white shirt had a complicated, layered, petal-shaped collar and cuffs, which made him look very magnificent. Matched with a tight black vest and skinny trousers, he looked gaudy and exaggerated. This middle-aged man had brown hair and blue eyes, a thin face with a stubble. He was a very good-looking gentleman. He looked at Mersault and said in a deep voice, "No matter what you do, make sure you find Ian Wright alive. If he's dead, bring him to me within an hour, preferably within 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Ambassador." Mersault didn't hide his unruliness, but still kept his head lowered. The scene shattered, and Klein frowned. "Mr. Ambassador, this matter actually involves other countries. Judging by the style of the shirt, the ambassador is most likely the ambassador of the Intis Republic to Backland. Ian is only a teenage boy. That gentleman is able to channel spirits, or at least he has someone around him who can do so." Klein thought for a moment, then constructed another sentence for the dream divination. "The reason for finding Ian Wright." In the grayish, blurry dream, Klein once again saw the middle-aged gentleman from before. He stared at Mersault and said in a low voice, "You don't need to know why. Just heed my instructions. I gave you the potion and money to become the person in power behind the Zemanger gang. Not for you to raise questions, but for you to do things. Yes. You only need to know that Ian Wright might be involved in an item of great importance." As the scene faded away, Klein once again exited the dream. "An item of great importance? I really can't tell, Ian. What could it be? Potion. So Mersault is actually a Beyonder. It's no wonder that his combat skills were so powerful and terrifying. He should be a Beyonder adept in this field." As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein felt exhausted. It seemed that responding to his own request had consumed too much of his spirituality. If he wanted to have his mediumship standards restored to what it was previously, he estimated that it would only happen when he was a Sequence 7. After ending the ritual and dispelling the wall of spirituality, Klein looked at Mersault's corpse and carefully observed it for a long time. Finally, he saw specks of spiritual radiance converging at the wound on his opponent's throat, slowly congealing into a piece. Carefully grabbing it, Klein pulled out a dark red object that looked like jelly from Earth. Is this the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mersault? I wonder what kind of sequence potion it is. That's easy to determine. I'll get the answer by doing a divination above the gray fog. Theoretically speaking, the Beyonder characteristic of low-sequence Beyonders will be able to imbue a person with the corresponding powers, even without the supplementary ingredients. However, one can easily lose control and go insane on the spot after consuming it. Nearly all the supplementary ingredients for low-sequence potions lack spirituality. Klein's thoughts ran wild before he finally forced himself to focus. A corpse was now in front of him. It gave him a headache thinking about what he should do next. Chapter 229, Lesser of Two Evils. Mersault's body lay there, his eyes wide open, as if he still had a murderous look in them. The wound that had severed half his throat was originally thin, but with the condensation of the Beyonder characteristic, it had expanded by quite a bit and became much more mangled. At the same time, the phenomenon of incontinence after death made his lower body reek of a stench. Klein held on to the crimson jelly-like object, feeling troubled about what he should do next. He had 3 general choices. The first was to clean up the scene, deal with his wounds, and to report it to the police. in the name of legitimate self-defense. The second was to wait deep into night, throw the corpse into some sewer, and pretend that nothing had happened. The third was to immediately give up his current identity, flee to another borough, and change his name again. The problem with the first option was that Klein was still an illegal resident with skeletons in his closet. Reporting it to the police could easily lead to discovering a problem with his identity. As for the second option, other than being constantly worried that the corpse would be found and that the police would come knocking on his door, there was another hidden danger. When the ambassador behind Meursault confirms the disappearance or death of his subordinate, he would definitely send someone else to 15 Mink Street again. When that happens, Klein would be facing perhaps a Sequence 7 and/or Sequence 6 enemy. He was facing a faction that might very well be a country, a powerful country. The third option seemed to be the wisest and safest option that allowed him to avoid all the risks. But there was also a downside, and that was that the portrait of Klein was likely to be posted, making him wanted. Furthermore, it would be a portrait of his undisguised self, which Mrs. Sammer next door, his neighbor, lawyer Jürgen, and others would describe. Once the wanted notice was published in the corresponding newspapers, even if it was limited to the greater Backland area, Klein would very likely be recognized by Daly and the other Nighthawks. That would make the problem become even more troublesome. As this matter involved Inse Zengwell and sealed artifact 008, it was highly likely that he would be pursued by an expert at the level of a high-ranking deacon. Of course, the third option had a separate branch, which was, of course, to hide the body and dump the evidence into the sewers, and then try to escape. However, there was also the risk of becoming wanted when the ambassador couldn't find Klein. He could order the members of the Smonger gang to call the police and use the official forces of Backlund to search. And if he could track Klein down, that would be the same as the second option. After thinking about it, Klein quickly came to a decision. Divination. Of course, he was inclined towards a particular option already, the lesser of two evils. The first option was relatively less risky, and it allowed him to take the initiative to a certain extent. Through exposure, he could attract the attention of the official factions and suppress the ambassador's subsequent actions from being too maniacal. He took out a piece of paper and wrote a divination statement. After that, Klein took out a spirit pendulum from his left wrist, causing the topaz pendant to naturally hang down over the surface of the paper. I should make a police report. After he finished his silent incantation, he saw the spirit pendulum rotating clockwise with weak amplitudes and a relatively high frequency. This indicated a positive response. After divining the other two choices in turn and obtaining a negative answer from both of them, Klein no longer hesitated and began to deal with the scene. He put on a pair of black gloves and began to search the corpse. He found a sharp dagger, a small stack of cash, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and some miscellaneous items. Klein put the rest of the items back in place, took off his gloves, held the dagger in his hand, and stabbed it into Meursault's throat wound, destroying its original shape. Then he wore his gloves and let Meursault grab the dagger. After doing all of this, Klein gathered together the Meursault's Beyonder characteristic, the self-made charms, the tarot cards, the blood-stained contract, the paper on which the divination was written, and the various materials he carried around with him, and put them in a paper bag. Then he summoned himself in a ritual and transformed into a special spirit. Carrying a Zeke's copper whistle, he felt himself become stronger and more corporeal. Klein picked up the paper bag, ended the summoning, and returned to the world above the gray fog. He placed the items from reality behind the fool's high-back chair for the time being, leaving a Zeke's copper whistle as well. Then he relaxed himself as he stimulated the sensation of descending rapidly and re-entered his own body. The reason why Klein didn't burn the blood-stained contract and the piece of paper on which he had written the divination statement was because he was afraid that after the report was sent to the police, the matter would be transferred to a special department, and a powerful Beyonder would engage in divination pertaining to the situation. However, with the gray fog's interference, even if the eternal blazing sun were to personally descend, he wouldn't be able to obtain a productive answer. This was also the reason why Klein placed his weekly review and summary above the gray fog after his spirituality was greatly enhanced after advancing to Sequence 8. Right now, he couldn't afford to take on more suspicion and deeper investigations. After removing the wall of spirituality, the wind that suddenly stirred blew away the remaining smell of the ritualistic materials, the items related to the domain of mysticism and beyonders that were left behind on Klein's body, and in the entire house were the candles that were silently burning in front of him. But this time, he chose ordinary candles. Since he was praying and summoning himself, there was no need to be so meticulous. And in a family, having candles was a very normal thing that matched the era, even if he was the only bachelor in the family. After extinguishing the candles and returning them to their original spot, Klein took out his golden pocket watch, snapped it open, and estimated the number of minutes since Mersault's death, and added the minimum amount of time it would take for the police to send people to investigate and report back. He wanted to ensure that even if a Beyonder came to investigate, an hour would have passed since Mersault's death. In mysticism and in the domain of spirit channeling, this was an important time point. Beyond it, the information available was very limited and vague. For example, one could discover, through mediumship, that the person who killed Mersault was Sherlock Moriarty. However, they couldn't get the specifics of the death. As for whether or not his opponents could divine if Beyonders were involved, Klein wasn't worried at all, because the main factors involved, the bloody template contract, were above the gray fog. Even his premonition and combat abilities would also be obscured, as the opponent's divination would definitely point towards the mysterious space above the gray fog, and would certainly suffer from interference. Fortunately, I'm also a professional. It feels like I've really become Moriarty. Klein re-examined the scene, making sure that there were no problems, and began to walk with his eyes fixed on his pocket watch. After the estimated time, he put on his gold-rimmed glasses and waited for a few minutes before he opened the door and went out. The sky in Backlund had already gone dark, and the gas lamps on the street lit up the rain. As a middle-class neighborhood, Mince Street was often patrolled by the police. Klein waited for a while, then spotted the target and went up to meet them. They were two low-ranking constables with only one chevron on their pollet. They held guns, batons, and were holding up an umbrella while looking around. "Officers! A criminal attacked me," Klein shouted with great skill. His unkempt appearance made the two constables place importance on the matter. They each took out their batons and looked warily to the side. "Where's the criminal?" the round-faced, brown-eyed cop asked in a deep voice. Klein pointed to his house. "He sneaked into my home and tried to kill me. In the fight, I accidentally stabbed him to death." Stabbed him to death. The two constables exchanged looks and looked at Klein with scrutiny. "Take us there." "All right." Klein acted like he had just survived a disaster as he led the two officers to 15 Minsk Street, took out his key and opened the door. The two police constables first saw the chaotic scene before noticing the corpse laying on the ground. They noticed the hideous wound on the deceased's throat and noticed a bloody dagger. "Watch the scene. I'll return to the station and report it to the inspector," another constable said to his round-faced, brown-eyed colleague. "All right." The round-faced, brown-eyed constable cast his gaze on at Klein, his face and body language revealing his wariness and caution. After a while, a sergeant dressed in black and white checkered uniform with 3 chevrons on his epaulette arrived with the constable from before and 2 other subordinates. The constables investigated the scene, and while searching for clues, the sergeant with the short, brownish-yellow beard under his chin brought Klein to the side and began asking some preliminary questions. "Name?" "Sherlock Moriarty. This is my rental receipt for half a year." Klein had long prepared all of this. The sergeant gave him a casual look and continued asking, "What's your occupation?" "Private detective," answered Klein frankly. The sergeant frowned and said, "Do you know the deceased? Do you know why he attacked you?" "I know him. His name is Morsol, and he's the executioner of the Zmenger gang." Klein didn't wait for the sergeant to ask any further questions as he continued. "I had previously accepted a job from Ian Wright, who asked me to investigate his former employer, Detective Sreyal Victor Lee. This matter happened to be related to the Zmanger gang and Mersault. I tailed him and found out that he was secretly meeting a gentleman who appeared to be of significant standing. Mersault addressed him as Mr. Ambassador." After saying that, Klein was unsurprised to see the sergeant's expression change. "Ambassador, do you know his name?" the sergeant asked in a deep voice. "I don't know, but if I saw his picture, I'd definitely recognize him," Klein told the truth. "This morning, Mersault came to me and asked me to seek Ian Wright. On the basis of my professional ethics as a private detective, I refused him, and when I got home in the evening, I was attacked and almost killed by him. Thankfully, I'm still quite skilled at combat and was sufficiently quick to react." The sergeant thought for a moment and asked for details of the fight. Klein recounted the fight from beginning to end, nearly in its entirety, changing his premonition to a reaction, then changing the contract template he had thrown in the fight into a dagger that Mersault had dropped. "Yay. Follow us back to the police station and wait for the autopsy results, the results of the on-site investigation, and inquiries from the relevant parties involved." The sergeant's thoughts wasn't on the case anymore, clearly acting rather perfunctory. Right now, he only had one thought in his mind. This was an important case involving foreign ambassadors. He had to report it immediately. In his daze, he suddenly thought of a question and quickly added, "What's your faith?" "God of steam and machinery," Klein replied without hesitation. The Backlund headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms was in the Sherwood Borough, so cases involving Beyonders were often referred to them, with one exception. The people involved had to be believers of the Lord of Storms. In order to not encounter the Nighthawks, Klein had no choice but to let the goddess down. Chapter 230. Interrogation. Empress Borough. In an unremarkable house. Shio and Force took a seat at random and examined the writing on the blackboard. Like always, Mr. A was sitting quietly, alone on the sofa at the front in his hooded robe, looking down at the crowd from a high vantage point. Sequence 8. Sheriff Potion Formula. 450 pounds. Shio silently read the familiar content as she inwardly let out a sigh of relief. The situation she feared the most was the lack of a seller when she had finally amassed money with great difficulty. "I received 400 pounds from the split, plus my original savings of 150 pounds. That's enough. However, I definitely need a huge sum of money for the main ingredient." Ah, right, maybe I can change circles and see if there are any Beyonders who are interested in this formula. Shio suddenly felt invigorated, and she realized that she had found a way to make a fortune. Frankly speaking, there was no way she would leak the formula if she wasn't in desperate need for money to buy the materials to concoct the potion. On the one hand, most people always hoped that there were fewer Beyonders in their own sequences, and on the other hand, the price of the corresponding ingredients would be raised significantly if there were many competitors who bid up the prices of the ingredients. It was the same with the subsequent potions. After some serious thought, Shio slowly became nervous again, because it was normal for a recipe to be placed on sale for a long time without being sold. Moreover, the Arbiter pathway belonged to the royal family and the military. All aspects were strictly controlled, and the leaked ones came from a small number of destitute nobles. There were hardly any complete formulas for the low to mid sequences. Often, only one or two of them were complete and compounded with the knowledge that the main ingredients were controlled and difficult to obtain. Beyonders who chose this sequence were rather rare. Shio had been in some mysticism circles in Backlund for a long period of time, but she hadn't found an arbiter apart from herself. On the one hand, the others might have concealed it well, but on the other hand, that might also explain the problems faced in this sequence pathway. Who, but compared to For's, I'm lucky enough. She hasn't encountered any of the subsequent recipes for Apprentice all this time. Shio saw Mr. A's attendant approaching and wrote a note saying that she was purchasing the sheriff's recipe. Before long, she was led to the study on the first floor. Before entering, she took a hooded robe from the attendant and covered herself with it. The cellar in the study was dressed in the same way, so they couldn't see each other's faces clearly. "This is the formula to the sheriff potion. Where's my money?" the seller asked with a hoarse voice as he pressed a piece of paper on the desk. Shio pulled out the cash that she had long counted numerous times and pushed it to the seller. After checking the authenticity of the notes and the total sum, the seller finally released the potion formula he held. Shio immediately took one step forward and grabbed the note. Her eyes swept straight to the main ingredients, as they were of great importance. A pair of terror demon worm's eyes, silver warbear's right palm. Beyonder items I know of, but I've never seen them being sold. Sighed and walked out of the study and took off her robe. Back in the living room, she sat beside Force. Having fulfilled her wish, she slowly began to worry about the unknown honorary name and the evil spirit that might be haunting her. 10? No. 20? No. 30 to request for someone skilled in exorcism to do a purification ritual for me. Shio made up her mind, and after exchanging a few whispered words with Force, she beckoned for Mr. A's attendant. After the end of the free communication break, she saw her request appear as an additional entry on the blackboard. Suspected haunting of evil spirits, requesting the help of friends who specialize in exorcism, £30. After a while, Mr. A's attendant came to the two of them and quietly invited them to the living room on the first floor. There was a man wearing a white mask inside. He looked at the two people who were wearing loose robes that concealed their genders and chuckled. "Let me introduce myself first, so that you won't doubt my ability." No, we trust Mr. A," Shio, with her hood over her face, said before Force could open her mouth. She deliberately suppressed her voice to prevent her childish voice from revealing her identity. The man with the white mask spread his hands and laughed. "This is my habit. I am a believer of the sun. As you know, this is not common in Backlund or in the entire kingdom. It is only through moments like this that I can live as my true self. Due to the great conflict between the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms, the former had never been able to obtain the right to proselytize in the Loan Kingdom. A believer of the sun. Force's languid look instantly vanished. This is the first time I'm seeing a living believer of the sun. Hey, it's not like I can meet diplomats of higher standing. Then should I feel honored? The man in the white mask spread his arms wide and held them up in a gesture of praise for the sun. Instead of answering his question, Force smiled and said, "In terms of exorcism and purification, the attendant of the sun is a professional. Our hearts are at rest, so we can begin." The man who claimed to be a believer of the sun didn't drone on. He took out a badge with the symbol of the sun on it and placed it on the round table in the center. Then he used a dualistic ritual method to light up 2 candles. After finishing the preparatory steps one step at a time, he chanted with a loud and abnormally pious tone. "The sun that is eternal, you are an inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. I pray to you. Please bestow me with your cleansing glow. Please repel the evil's spirits in this body." Amid the echoing Hermes incantation, Shio and Force saw bright light burst out from the sun's emblem, bursting in a pure and warm manner. It was endless like the tide as the light surged towards the 2 of them, engulfing them simultaneously. Nearly a minute later, everything was restored to normal. All Shio and Force felt was warmth, finding the warmth very comfortable and relieving. It was like soaking in a hot spring or having gone sunbathing. Sherwood Borough, Rice Police Station. Klein was sitting on a low bench with a group of thieves and drunkards. It looked very disgraceful. Suddenly he felt warmth on the back of his hand as the coldness of the Backlund night was dispelled quite significantly. Lowering his head, Klein realized that the 4 black dots representing the mysterious space above the gray fog didn't appear. "Who's being so kind? To know that I was feeling a little cold just now," he mumbled, half jokingly and half curious. As a former inspector, he looked at the thief on the left, who was handcuffed to the pipe, then at the drunkard on the right, who could vomit at any moment but kept yelling about hitting people. He sighed at his present predicament and wasn't sure when he would be free from this. "There should be another test after this, and then I'll be fine once I pass it. I hope the police will have their attention on the ambassador and the Zmonger gang and ignore my origins as a puny detective. In theory, there's a high chance for that. As long as Mrs. Sammer, Mr. Jurgen, and the others don't say anything of interest to the police. Yes, they have only just met me, so it's impossible for them to know too much. Mersault's Beyonder characteristic was taken away by me and was hidden above the gray fog. He didn't leave behind anything strange, so no one would be able to discover that he used to be a Beyonder and have questions about my strength. More than an hour has passed. In his self-encouragement, Klein saw the officer with the short brownish-yellow beard walking towards him. "Sherlock Moriarty, come with me to the interrogation room," the sergeant said without further explanation. "Here it comes." Klein stood up and followed. After going around a corner, the sergeant stopped in front of an iron door and gestured for Klein to enter. Klein took a deep breath before exhaling. He yanked the handle and opened the door. It was a small room with thick walls and a small table in the middle. There were chairs on both sides of the table. Under the elegant gas lamp's illumination, Klein identified the interrogator as a man who wore a black shirt, a rather uncommon sight. He didn't wear a vest, but wore a black coat that wasn't part of the usual formal attire. He had thin eyebrows and cold blue eyes. His face was cut, looking rigid while lacking any gentleness. The man pointed the chair opposite him and said in a deep voice, "I ask, you answer." Before he finished his sentence, Klein felt an unimaginable suppressive force on him. He felt that an electric current was tearing through his mind, that lashed at his soul with a barbed whip. This feeling was painful and numbing, as though it stemmed from deep within the brain. It was barely resistible, and all he could do was tremble and have his knees buckle. Klein nearly fell to the ground as he hurriedly held onto the table and sat down. His temples felt a throbbing pain. This is the result of beyonder powers. Ordinary people might have thought of it as a psychological problem caused by nervousness and the authority of the interrogator opposite them. But Klein had clearly identified that this was a result of beyonder powers, powers that could directly attack the mind of others. He quickly recalled the information he had seen before and quickly confirmed the target of his suspicion. Arbiter Pathway Sequence 7, Interrogator. Has the matter been transferred to a special department of the military? Klein thought with some relief. As long as it isn't the Nighthawks, everything's fine. Identify the ambassador who met Merceau from these photographs. The cold and unyielding man in black spread out 8 black and white photos on the small table. Klein felt as if the electric whip in his mind was being lifted high, and the warning of extreme pain made it so he didn't dare to lie. Of course, there was no need for Klein to lie. After a moment of identification, he pushed a photo in the direction of the interrogator. It was a middle-aged gentleman who wore ostentatious clothing and looked rather charming. The interrogator glanced at it, but didn't make any response. He once again asked, "Were your previous statements the truth?" Klein felt like he was being forced into a dream. He kept his mind clear and rational, and he didn't yield to the whip in his mind as he sincerely replied, "Nothing but the truth." The interrogator leaned forward with his hands on the small table and said, "When was the last time you met Ian Wright?" Yesterday morning," Klein said with great difficulty. "I tailed Merceau and found the body of Detective Zreal. As I didn't want to deal with the police, I took Ian to identify the body and told him to call the police. Zreal's body was located at the sewer entrance at the bottom of Iron Carbon Street in East Borough." After a brief silence, the interrogator finally nodded his head. Klein immediately felt the enormous pressure disappear, along with the whip in his mind. "You may leave now," he said, without a trace of emotion in his voice. Klein stood up and opened the door, not masking the frailty in his gait. He found it more tiring than fighting Merceau. If he made the slightest mistake, his spirit would have been completely crushed, and he would obediently answer any question that the other party asked. "No, if it wasn't for the fact that my spirit is special and how it's been subjected to the test of raving and screaming for a long period of time, allowing me to maintain my calm and rationality under certain circumstances, I would have most likely had a mental breakdown just now." Klein walked back down the corridor, his back feeling cold. At this moment, the sergeant from before came over and said, "Come with me to fill out some forms. Lawyer Jurgen is waiting to bail you out." Phew. Klein secretly exhaled and completely relaxed. He knew that the danger was over. Chapter 231, Losses. Klein met Jurgen Cooper in an office at the Rice police station. This young senior solicitor was still dressed formally, as though he was always ready to go to a posh dinner party. He wore a black double-breasted attire, a white shirt with a stiff collar, a huge bow tie, and bright leather boots, which made the policeman act very polite to him. Jurgen held his half-top hat and looked at Klein with his blue eyes while saying, "The formalities are over. You can leave if you pay the bail of £10. "Thank you." Klein didn't say anything more, but followed the good-looking but seemingly old-fashioned Jurgen to the police station's financial affairs office that was nearby, where he fished out his wallet and pulled out 2 5-pound notes. He was grateful that he had all his cash, £95, on him, or else he might have had to borrow it from his good neighbor Jurgen. Of course, the worst-case scenario would be if he had left the money at home. Klein wasn't certain how much of that would be left after the police searched the scene. Yet he couldn't put it in the world above the gray fog, because it was possible that he needed to offer bribes to free himself. At present, many newspapers and magazines were discrediting the police as being unsupervised, violent, corrupt, extortionary, and vicious. Klein didn't dare to believe it fully, but neither did he dare to doubt it. After all, Mersault's money could very well end up in the pockets of someone in the police station. After paying the bail, Klein followed Jürgen out of the police station and shivered when hit by the humid, cold wind. After the case is closed, your bail will be returned to you. Of course, you can't expect them to voluntarily notify you. Yes, in a week, if no one notifies you that your presence is required back at the station, you can come here and ask for your bail to be returned. In theory, you could still get appropriate compensation, if any, from the other party's estate. Jürgen walked over to a carriage parked nearby. The rain that had poured down during the entire day had finally come to a stop, but the crimson moon remained hidden by the dark clouds. The only light that could be seen on the street was from the gas lamps. All right, Klein almost believed that he would have to part with the 10 pounds forever. He couldn't help but calculate how much it cost him to take up Ian's job. He had been paid 5 pounds, but many pieces of furniture and tea sets were destroyed at his home. He either had to buy new ones or get someone to repair them for him. With the materials used, the cost of the carriage, and the cost of mending his clothes, the math seemed to imply that he would be losing money. If I don't manage to get back the 10 pounds worth of bail money, this would be a great loss. Well, the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Mersault is actually worth quite a bit of money. Klein got into the carriage and frowned slightly. He had always thought that the private detectives who used their own residences as offices would, at most, not be entrusted with anything and wouldn't suffer any losses, but in the end... Klein turned his head to look at Jürgen, who was sitting up straight, and he said with sincerity, "Thank you. Thank you for coming to bail me out. How much should I pay you?" Jürgen nodded very formally and said, "This one's pro bono. I heard from Sergeant Faxine that you were involved in an incident. I believe that we'll have many opportunities to work together in the future." "There will be many opportunities to work together in the future." Klein couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Lawyer Jürgen, are you cursing me?" Jürgen shook his head solemnly and said, "No, it's not what you think. It's very common for a private detective to have a fixed lawyer he works with." "Sir, you sure lack a sense of humor, even though you look rather young," Klein lampooned before saying with a smile, "Coincidentally, I'm in need of a lawyer to help me draw up an investment contract." "Investment contract?" Jürgen asked in a slightly stunned tone. "I know that this isn't part of the work of a private detective, but I happened to chance upon a good investment opportunity," Klein explained simply. "Lawyer Jürgen, how much would a contract cost according to your usual fees?" "Generally, it's based on the total amount of the contract and the level of ease," Jürgen answered seriously. "The total amount is 100 pounds. The terms needed are..." Klein described his needs in detail, including a preemptive right, veto rights, and so on. Jürgen thought hard for a few minutes before saying, £2. I'll give it to you Monday morning." "All right," Klein said no more regarding the matter. Instead, he began asking Jürgen information about the case that night. On the way back to Minsk Street, Klein took the initiative to pay the carriage's fare of 3 soldi. After bidding farewell to the young but serious lawyer, he walked back to his house. He opened the door, and when he saw the messy scene, his heart winced. He never expected that he would start his detective business with a loss. Just as Klein took off his coat and began working on cleaning up the mess, the doorbell rang. He opened the door in puzzlement and saw Julianne, the maid from next door in a black and white skirt. "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. Mr. and Mrs. Sammer wish to invite you over to discuss something," Julianne said with a tone that had traces of fear. "Here it comes. The problem regarding compensation." Klein revealed a smile and said, "All right." He changed into a clean coat and followed the maidservant next door. Luke Sammer and his wife, Stellan Sammer, were sitting on a sofa in the living room. The stout Luke, with a pencil-thin mustache, stood up and extended his hand as he said with a chuckle, "Good evening, Mr. Moriarty. I only just learned that you were a private detective. That's quite unbecoming as a neighbor." "No, it was my fault. I didn't know if I was suited for this career and might find other jobs at any moment," Klein said as he shook the hand of the male master. "I'm very sorry for what happened tonight. I'll compensate you." "It's just an accident," Luke said reassuringly. The blonde, blue-eyed, and pretty Stellan asked out of curiosity, "Did you really kill the intruder?" You must want black tea, right?" Klein nodded. Perhaps he was just a thief. He didn't mention that the problem stemmed due to one of his jobs in order to prevent the Sammer couple from having any unpleasant feelings. "Since the police didn't inform them, there's no need for me to do anything unnecessary," Klein silently added. Luke Sammer laughed and said, "You must possess excellent combat skills. As a neighbor, I feel very safe. Perhaps we will have matters to entrust you in the future." Klein seemingly gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Actually, I was almost killed." "Regardless, you were the ultimate victor," Luke said. After chatting about this topic for a while, Stellan picked up a porcelain teacup and took a sip. "I'm very curious about how many commissions a private detective receives a week, and how much can they earn?" Klein didn't try to hide anything as he laughed. "It depends on the situation, just like when there are good and bad harvests in the farms. I earned £5 and 5 solely last week, but after last night's incident, I might have made a loss." As if she didn't hear the latter half of his words, she continued, "If you can maintain this income, you'll get a pretty good life in Backlund's Cherwood district at £5 a week. There's no need to sublet another room, and you can hire a maid to do odd jobs, listen to a symphony every other week, or go to the theatrical opera once. Once a week you can play tennis or squash, join a reading salon, and go to a nice restaurant. Of course, if you're already preparing for marriage, you need to save a little money. A weekly salary of £5 is still a little short of being truly decent." "Then what is the required weekly salary to be truly decent?" Klein asked. £7 at least." Stellan lifted her chin slightly. Klein turned to Luke and said casually, "I heard from your wife that you work at Coim, but I'm not sure what its main business is." "Anthracite and charcoal," Luke answered with a smile. "It's no wonder you became a member of the Soot Reduction Association." Klein pondered for a moment and said, "In Backlund, how big of a salary does a manager receive? It's seldom mentioned in the newspapers and magazines." "It depends on the industry as well as the actual position's job scope. Backlund Bank's best manager earns £5,000 a year, but for me it's about £430 to £440, including bonuses," Luke said casually. "Oh, that's about £8 a week." "No wonder." Before Klein could open his mouth, Stellan Samuel grumbled, "Actually, we could have lived in the suburbs, and I'll have a garden and a lawn. Luke would then be able to have a stable and buy a new carriage and the 2 foals he's been eyeing all this time, but he would waste too much time on his commute to work. That would be even more valuable. A new carriage including horses costs about £100. £8 a week is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, it hasn't been long since I had a pay rise when..." Klein could only smile in response. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he bade farewell and left, sighing to himself in his heart. Mr. and Mrs. Sam are still considered nice. If I had a mean landlord, I'd have had my deposit deducted and refunded and be asked to get lost after what happened tonight. After returning home, Klein began laboring. He wasn't in a hurry to go above the gray fog to examine the warm current on the back of his hand, nor was he in a hurry to do divination because he was afraid that the military's special department was still keeping tabs on him. He decided to go to the bar which Ian had described tomorrow night to buy a gun so as to deal with people who might assault him recklessly in desperation. Klein even planned to find the means to hire a bodyguard, a powerful Beyonder bodyguard. This was so that, first, he could take advantage of the opportunity to contact Beyonder circles without exposing himself, and second, it was because he was also afraid that the ambassador's next assailant would have the ability to hide from the military's special department. Although it was a slightly comical thing for a Sequence 8 Beyonder, a vengeful evil spirit in hiding, to need a bodyguard, as safety was of paramount importance to Klein. If the price is too high, I'll blow the copper whistle for Mr. Razik, which, of course, might be more dangerous. I don't know much about sealed artifact 08. After cleaning up the house, Klein silently muttered. After the purification ceremony ended, the man in the white mask said to Shio and Fours, "No matter what kind of sinister spirit it is, it has already been exorcised by me. Heh. If it has reached the level of an evil spirit that I'm unable to exorcise, it should have given a response. However, there was none." As he spoke, he poured the water which had condensed on the emblem of the sun into a small metal bottle and handed it to Shio. "Sprinkle it in your room to ward off any remnants." "Thank you." Shio paid him while feeling the pinch, but she felt a lot more relaxed. Moments after she returned to the living room with Fours, the attendant delivered a note to them. "Miss Arbiter, who has just bought the sheriff formula, would you mind having a chat in the study? I might have what you need." Chapter 232. The Bravehearts Bar. Who? How did that person know that I purchased the sheriff recipe? Shio's dark green pupils contracted as she surveyed her surroundings in astonishment, but she didn't see anyone suspiciously watching her. According to Mr. A, the transactions here should be very safe and confidential here. Finally, Shio couldn't help but look at the single sofa where Mr. A, whose face was covered by a hood, sat. He was still quietly sizing people up without revealing anything odd. She nudged Force with her elbow and whispered, "Should I go?" Force took the piece of paper, glanced at it, and replied without hesitation, "Go. At least you still have Mr. A watching. No one would dare to do anything to you, so you can take the opportunity to find out what the other party's goal is. Who knows? You might actually obtain the potion materials you want as a result." "That makes sense." Shio, who was a very proactive person, immediately nodded to the attendant, followed him to the study, and finally put on a hooded robe. "This hood can cover my entire face, so much so that I can't see the path in front of me." Having worn the hood, Shio opened the door and saw a man dressed in a tuxedo sitting behind a desk. The man wore a golden mask that revealed his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and cheeks, but it was impossible to identify him. The light brown eyes behind the golden mask shifted as the man pointed to the chair opposite the desk and said, "Have a seat." His voice was deliberately hoarse, otherwise there was nothing special about it. Shio closed the door to the study, stuck her chest out and raised her head, and sat down in the designated position without feeling intimidated. She then asked, "Do you have the main ingredients for the sheriff potion?" The masked man chuckled and said, Yes, I have the eyes of a terror demon worm and the right palm of a silver warbear. In fact, that sheriff potion formula you bought was sold on my behalf. No wonder. Shio was often mocked as a brainless person by her good friends, but to survive in the circle of Beyonders, in the gangs of the East Borough, and among the poor, she wasn't a completely reckless person. She had the intuition for danger that was akin to a wild beast. She asked in a deep voice, "Why are you doing this?" "To select suitable helpers." The masked man chuckled. "With your financial situation, it'll be difficult for you to gather the money needed for these two Beyonder ingredients in a short period of time. Of course, you can sell the formula at other Beyonder gatherings, but please, believe me, this will bring you unnecessary danger. Our circles might not overlap, but I'm not the only person." Shio frowned and said, "Since you have such a massive organization and possess the formulas to the sheriff and arbiter potions, why do you need my help?" "There are certain matters we do not wish to deal with ourselves. There are many reasons, but there's no need for me to tell you that. And every arbiter that embarks on the journey as a Beyonder by themselves has, more or less, some connection with the aristocracy. This is something we need," the masked man explained simply. "It seems like he doesn't know about my origins, nor is he aware of my reputation in the East Borough." Shio relaxed a little. The masked man continued, "Just treat it as additional missions beyond the Beyonder gatherings. I will give you some missions and pay you with the corresponding rewards. If you feel that it's dangerous, you can reject them. This is a fair and free trade. Once you save up enough money, you can purchase the ingredients from me." This. Shio, who was still struggling with her financial situation, suddenly had her heart stir. She continued acting reserved for 9 seconds before she said, "As long as I have the right to reject missions, I can consider it." "No problem," the masked man laughed. "We can agree on where and how we'll meet in the future. To make you feel at ease, we'll concede the right to decide the details to you." All right. Although Shio was still baffled and didn't understand why the other party was offering her missions to perform, she still agreed. At the very least, she couldn't identify any obvious dangers at the moment. Klein busied himself with buying chairs and tea sets and mending his clothes the whole of Sunday. He spent a total of £6.09 solely to restore the living room, the dining room, and himself to their original states. What a loss. I hope that the police department compensates me for my losses from Morceau's estate. Sigh. The chances are slim since it's, at best, just a portion. Klein placed the invoices and receipts neatly in place, waiting for them to be used in the future. Of course, in terms of income alone, he had made quite a killing. Morceau's Beyonder characteristic was worth at least £300 or more. The premise of all of this was that Klein had access to a circle of Beyonders. After dinner, dressed in a turtleneck sweater, a solid-colored sweater, a grayish-blue worker's coat, and a cap, Klein went out once again and made 2 transfers before arriving at Iron Gate Street in the area of the Backland Bridge. He saw Braveheart's Bar after taking a few steps. He saw a seemingly heavy black wooden door and a nearly 2-meter-tall, brawny man with his arms folded. The brawny man sized up Klein, but he didn't stop him from pushing open the door, but his throat moved when he heard the cheers inside. This was when the bar was experiencing its peak business. Before Klein even entered, he felt a heat wave engulf him. He could smell the strong aroma of malt beer and hear a din. Unsurprisingly, he saw 2 stages in the middle of the bar. One of them was having a rat baiting with dogs competition, and the other stage had 2 boxers patiently waiting for the fight to begin. The aroma of alcohol mixed with the smell of sweat emanated. Klein lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and pinched his nose. While protecting his belongings, he squeezed his way to the bar counter. Before the bartender could say anything, he said, "1 glass of Southville beer." This was the best beer that the Lowen Kingdom produced. 5 pence, the bartender replied, like clockwork. Klein took out a handful of coins and counted out 5 pence, before handing them over in exchange for a large wooden cup of golden beer. The aroma of the beer was alluring. In front of it, many beers can't even be called alcohol and can only be considered as beverages. The bartender chuckled. Klein lifted up the cup and took a swig. It was cool and refreshing, first bitter and fragrant, but later the flavor of malt burst out. It had a slightly sweet aftertaste. After putting down the cup, he looked at the tiny white bubbles and took the opportunity to ask, "Where's Kaspar's Kalinin?" The bartender stopped wiping the glass in his hand as he looked up and observed Klein for a few seconds before pointing to the side. "Billiard room 3. In the spirit of not wasting anything, Klein carried the cup and walked to the 3rd billiard room. With just a light tap, he allowed the door to creak open. The 2 men inside stopped and looked towards the door. "I'm looking for Kaspar's Kalinin." Amidst the silence, Klein hurriedly added, "Old geezer introduced me." Upon hearing this, a 50-year-old man with a big nose and a linen shirt said in a deep voice, "Come in." He had a huge twisted scar running from the corner of his right eye to the side of his mouth, and his nose was a typical brandy nose, one that almost completely red. Klein slowly walked in with the cup in his hand and saw that Kaspar's billiard opponent had put aside his cue stick like clockwork and left the room before closing the door behind him. Kaspar's Kalinin hobbled over and asked, "What do you want?" "A powerful custom revolver and 50 rounds. Klein took another sip of his Southville beer. £3 10 solely. Kaspar's gave the price. "This will definitely be more expensive than a regular weapons store. The price includes the risks I have to undertake." "Deal." Klein took 5 one-pound notes he prepared from his trouser pocket and counted them. Kaspar's checked for the notes' authenticity before nodding. "You're more straightforward than you look. Give me 5 minutes." He put the notes on the billiard table, leaned against a crutch, and limped to the door. After watching Kaspar's leave, Klein glanced back at the currently trendy billiards and found it to be very similar to snooker on Earth. "It must be you, Emperor Roselle." He nearly lost his composure and laughed while shaking his head. After a short wait, Kaspar's pushed the door open and entered, carrying a package wrapped in brown paper and 2 5-soldi notes. Klein took the money and the item and opened it on the spot. His eyes caught the long, silvery barrel of a revolver. The grip seemed to be made of walnut wood. In addition to that, there were 50 glistening rounds neatly placed in the box. Klein tried the empty gun, loaded 5 rounds, stuffed the revolver into his armpit holster he bought some time back. Then he gathered up the remaining bullets and looked up at Kaspar's. He deliberated and asked, "If I wish to hire a good bodyguard, who should I look for?" "A very good one, the kind that exceeds human limitations." Kaspar's rubbed his red nose and his eyes turned cold. He carefully examined Klein for 2 minutes, using his silence to create a terrible sense of oppression. "I can make the query for you, but there's no guarantee that someone will accept this mission." "He seems to know more than one Beyonder." Klein smiled and said, "No matter what the result is, please allow me to express my gratitude in advance." Kaspar's put away the bills on the billiard table and walked out again. It was a full 10 minutes before he returned to his room, and by then Klein had already finished his huge cup of Southville beer out of boredom. "He wants to meet you before making a decision," Kaspar's said in a deep voice. "No problem. I would also determine the difficulty of the mission, if it were me. Klein smiled and nodded. He followed behind Kaspars, who hobbled past the crowded boxing ring and into the kitchen of the bar. Kaspar suddenly stopped and lightly knocked on a door. After gaining permission, he pushed it open and entered, with Klein in tow. It was a card room where more than 10 people were playing Texas poker. A man wearing a black vest and a white shirt slowly stood up after seeing Kaspars and Klein enter the room. The others who were playing cards stopped in their tracks and didn't make a sound. With a single glance, Klein frowned indiscernibly. Apart from the man that had stood up, he noticed that all the other players had an indescribable sense of strangeness to them. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were like those of wild beasts. Tapping his left molar twice, Klein secretly activated his spirit vision. His muscles tensed up abruptly, and he almost couldn't control his expression because the auras of those players were dark black. That meant that apart from the man who stood up, the 10+ people playing cards were all dead. No, they weren't just dead, as the dead had no aura colors. These were all zombies. The feeling of rotting came over him, and the man in the white shirt and black vest walked in front of Klein. His face was equally pale, and there seemed to be deep malice in his eyes. Chapter 233. A man cannot be judged by his looks. The more he thought about how a living person was playing cards with more than 10 corpses in a dimly lit room into the night, the more his scalp tingled. Klein suppressed his instinctive fear and looked at the pale face, the malicious brown eyes, and the man who was about 28 years old that suffused madness. He pretended to be intimidated by the man's dominance and took a step back. During this time, Kaspars left the room and closed the door. The man asked in a deep voice, "You're the one looking for a bodyguard?" "Yes." Klein gulped deliberately. The man's strangeness made him feel fear, but it also brought him peace of mind. The stronger the bodyguard, the safer he would be. The pale-faced man in the black vest lifted his chin and asked, "Why are you looking for a bodyguard? How much are you willing to pay for this?" Klein didn't answer straight away. He thought for nearly 20 seconds before saying, "I'll tell you the details of the mission first. Give me a price after you assess it. If I can pay for it, or if I have an item of equivalent value, we would have ourselves a deal. Otherwise, I can only give up and look for someone else." The fierce-looking man didn't say a word. Instead, he nodded as a gesture for Klein to recount his story. Klein deliberately looked at the zombies, treating them as normal card players. Then he gave the man an inquisitive look, saying, "Before I answer, do you want to kick these guys out of the room?" "There's no need for that," the pale-faced man said in a deep voice. Klein hesitated for a moment, then honestly said, "I offended a big shot who might have a country supporting him." The room suddenly turned still and silent. The man, who had a hint of madness and malice in his eyes, froze on the spot as if he had turned into a plaster statue. After nearly a minute, he slowly said, "This mission is priceless. Get out." "Ah?" Klein didn't manage to react until the man turned and walked back to the card table. Only then did he realize that there was no deal. "You played cards with a bunch of living corpses in the room and presented yourself as a person of high standing and strength. Yet, you were scared off, just like that. You're clearly a little crazy." Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he added, "The big shot doesn't have that much freedom in Backlund." The man in the black vest ignored him and sat down again. The zombies began to hand out cards, look at their cards, and throw out chips. Klein exhaled and backed out of the room only to see Kaspars Kalinin. He had been waiting outside with his brandy nose and hideous wound. "We didn't come to an arrangement." Klein threw up his hands. Kaspars didn't show a look of surprise as he pondered for a few seconds before saying, "Did he request too high a price?" "No, he finds the mission too difficult." Klein didn't hide the reason. Kaspars frowned. "Marek is the scariest person I know. He isn't even afraid of bullets, and since he thinks the mission is difficult, I don't think I can help you get in touch with other powerful people." "What a pity." Klein sighed. "Cool." Kaspars clenched his right fist and struck his left chest. "May the storm be with you." "Then I'm dead," Klein said with a smile as he made the best out of it. "Thank you. You can try asking around for me. I'll pay you a fee." "Yeah. I'll come again tomorrow night." After receiving a positive answer, he left the Bravehearts bar feeling slightly melancholic. He didn't even have the interest to play a game of billiards. Was I being too honest? If I described the mission in a way that sounded simpler, Marek would have agreed. I just wonder how much money he would ask for. Sigh, it's not my style to let someone else face the danger for me through deceit. As a Beyonder, if I constantly go against my heart's true thoughts and my own principles, then I probably won't be far from losing control. Feeling mixed emotions, Klein changed carriages and returned to Minsk Street. After washing up, Klein didn't waste any charcoal. He directly went to the bedroom and pulled the curtain to isolate the room from the outside world. On the way back, he carefully thought for a while and discovered that the possible danger wasn't something that couldn't be resolved. To the unknown ambassador, his primary and fundamental purpose is to find Ian Wright. The reason he sent people to deal with me was because he wished to obtain clues to finding Ian from me. If direct interrogation doesn't work, killing me and channeling my spirit could be considered. If I let him know that I can't find Ian either, he wouldn't take the risk to deal with a hired detective when the military special department might be monitoring the situation. Of course, my appearance and strength far exceeded his expectations, causing their operation to be exposed and causing them to suffer heavy setbacks. If I were the ambassador, I would definitely think about revenge and vent my anger, but it definitely wouldn't be now. Not when the situation is so tense and turbulent. Yes, this is building on the premise that the ambassador has brains, and he isn't a good-for-nothing who got to his position through connections and only knows to act rashly. For him to be handling such an important matter, it must mean that he's still rather reliable. In other words, the crux of the problem is Ian Wright's whereabouts. There's still some latent danger. Would the ambassador reveal to the military special department that Mersol is a Beyonder after his failure? That would make them find my strength questionable and use them to retaliate against me. This can be done easily with an offhand remark with no difficulty involved. I have to be on my guard. Klein analyzed his situation and suddenly had the urge to kill the unknown ambassador. However, just the thought of powerful Beyonders around him left him depressed. I wonder if the messenger can accept my delegations without Mr. Azik's permission. Probably not. Should I pay close attention to this matter and find an opportunity to silence him? Since he sent someone to kill me, I wouldn't feel any psychological burden from killing him. Yes, I can consider setting a mission for the Tarot Club. Let's see if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man have any solutions. Perhaps a large sum of money can tempt that Mr. A or some other powerful Beyonders. Klein suddenly had an idea came to him as he thought of the Tarot Club. With this idea in mind, he calmed down a lot. He found some paper and a pen and wrote the divination statement. Ian Wright's whereabouts. After confirming that there were no hidden Beyonders in the room, Klein looked at the curtain that shielded him from prying eyes. He recalled Ian's appearance and silently read out the divination sentence before leaning back into his chair. He quickly entered a dream and saw a dark, small, run-down room in the dreamy world. There was a bunk bed and a floor mat that 4 people slept on. Ian was curled up at the top of the bunk bed, sleeping soundly under an old satchel. When the dream shattered, Klein opened his eyes and interpreted the revelation. Living quarters like that only exist in the East Borough and the Backland Bridge area, but it's an abnormally huge place. Even if all the police in Backland are deployed, they still wouldn't be able to find it. Ian was very careful. He didn't leave anything with me. Otherwise, I would have been able to find him through dowsing rod divination. After a few minutes of consideration, Klein picked up the pen and added a paragraph to each of the divination statements, making it an excuse. I don't know Ian Wright's whereabouts. I haven't seen him since we found Zreal's body. That piece of paper was left on the desk with a pen pressed against its edge. After all was done, Klein got up and went back to his bed, making a quick, less obvious flick of the coin to make sure that no one was watching him. After obtaining a negative answer, he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanted the incantation, and entered the world above the gray fog. Within the ancient and towering palace, Klein couldn't be bothered to inspect the situation around him, and instead repeated the divination he had just done. Seeing that the negative answer hadn't changed, he stopped feeling so nervous. Raising his head to the side, he realized that the core position of the newly added crimson star had been dyed with a sun-like gold. Is this the source of the warmth I felt? Klein spread out his spirituality and gingerly touched it in response to the prayer. A blurry scene quickly appeared in front of his eyes. The petite lady he had tried to pull up above the gray fog was standing in front of an altar with a lady with slightly curled brown hair. A man wearing a white mask softly chanted the honorary name of the eternal blazing sun, creating a warm and pure light. Was she trying to get someone to do an exorcism? Klein almost laughed. At that moment, he finally understood the reason behind the previous situation. It wasn't that someone had penetrated the gray fog and locked onto him. It was similar to Justice and Company reciting his honorary name before making a prayer. And after the gray fog received the message, it automatically gave him feedback. However, since it wasn't a prayer, the illusory, overlapping voices ended up becoming a warm current. Notification. This is a notification and not something that can cause harm or influence. Klein made a definite judgment. At the same time, he was roughly certain of one thing. The way the mysterious space above the gray fog connected with Justice and the others wasn't absolutely abnormal or above the rules of this world. It still suffered particular restrictions that could cause effects of varying degrees by using specific methods. Klein continued watching the scene before him and listened to the voice speaking. He was surprised to find that it lasted longer than ever before. Before this, he wouldn't be able to take the initiative to spy on the corresponding target of the Crimson Stars, unless the other party had prayed for it, and only then would he be able to receive the corresponding scene. In another situation, when he gave his feedback, he would be able to see the scene and hear synchronized voices at the same time. However, once the response ended, he would no longer be able to gain any additional information. Now, it was like watching a long video whose footage was filled with mosaiced reality TV footage. He saw the petite lady talking to a man in a golden mask in the study, heard her companions address her as Shio, and realized that she was looking for the Beyonder potion, corresponding to the sheriff's potion. It wasn't until the 2 women returned home that Klein felt regretful that he failed to identify their address. The recording thus came to an end. Watching the gradually dissipating gold colors, he nodded his head thoughtfully. He vaguely understood why such an anomaly had appeared. In other words, the power of purification helped me maintain the corresponding passageway. Shio's 30 pounds was worth it. I wonder when I'll be able to maintain it myself. Klein shook his head and smiled. He took out a pen and a paper to continue to divine Ian Wright's whereabouts. Chapter 2.